I'm gonna do me.
We're like half an hour behind time, so.
Hey, I'm gonna appreciate that.
Thank you.
This recording.
Roland, are you ready?
I'm
ready.
This time we're going to resume the meeting of August 2nd, 2021. Councilmember Perez will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, sir. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Councilmember Burns, Councilmember Burns,
Here.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Present.
Mayor Velasquez,
Here.
City Manager Miller,
Here.
City Attorney Epperson,
Here.
Chief of Police Reynoso.
Here.
Thank you. The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of August 2nd, 2021 was posted on the bulletin board on July 29th, 2021 at 8:45 a.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, will you please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council discussed in closed session those items which are agendized for closed session discussion and which I read into the record before moving into closed session. And direction was given to staff and negotiators. The City Council adjourned from closed session at 7 p.m. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Tonight we have some recognitions for the Employee Service Awards for 2020, first and second quarters of 2021.
Sorry, very short, apparently.
That's okay.
Good evening, everyone, Mayor, council members, and everyone else in attendance. My name is Sydney Vega. I work in the Human Resources Division for the city. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we've had to postpone recognition of our city service awards because we wanted to give staff the opportunity to come in person with their families if they wanted to do that. So we'll be going over service awards for the year of 2020 as well as quarters 1 and 2 of 2021. Given the number of employees receiving awards tonight, we're going to break them up into 2 groups, and I'll go over 2020 first. If anyone is present, they're welcome to come up at the end of me reading the group, and I'll present them with their pins. All right. So we have 12 employees for 2020. I'll start off. Michelle Sharton was hired February 23rd, 2015. She currently serves as our payroll manager in the Administrative Services Department in the Finance Division, and she achieved 5 years of service last year. Police Sergeant James Arnold Weathers, he was hired April 8th, 1995, and he achieved 25 years of service last year. So that's awesome. Police Officer Guadalupe Pampa, his hire date was May 4th, 2015. He too achieved 5 years of service last year. Andrew Echevarria, he is a level 2 maintenance worker in our utilities division, the community services department. He was hired on May 16, 2015, and he achieved 5 years of service last year as well. Police Officer Thomas Torres was hired on June 1st, 2015, and he achieved 5 years of service last year. Fire Chief Bob Martin Del Campo was hired with the city August 3rd, 2015 as our fire chief. He as well achieved 5 years of service last year. Police Sergeant Aurelio Melgoza, he was hired on August 10th, 2015, also achieved 5 years of service last year in 2020. Karina Freeman was hired on August 12, 2015. She is one of our police services officers in the records for the police department. She achieved 5 years of service last year as well. Julian Camarillo was hired on September 3rd, 1985 with the city. He is a water maintenance operator in our utilities division of the community services department, and he achieved an astounding 35 years of service last year. Next is Ruben Arroyo Flores. He was hired on September 19th, 2015. He is one of our equipment mechanics in the fleet maintenance division of the community services department, and he achieved 5 years of service last year with the city. Police Officer Rudolph Rodriguez was hired on October 30th, 2000, and so he achieved 20 years of service last year with the city of Hollister. Last but not least, for 2020, Trina Burbank, she was hired on December 28, 2015. She initially worked as an accounting technician in the finance division of administrative services and currently serves as our utility technician in the utilities division of the community services department. And she achieved 5 years of service as well. So if any of those individuals from the 12 that I listed are here tonight, you're welcome to come up and accept your awards. I'm going to move on to 2021 for quarters 1 and 2. If no one is here, though, I don't.
Back there?
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't
come
think we
on.
have anyone here from last year. It's been like quite a while, so I think everyone kind of did their own
They're like, "That was so
celebrating.
last year, right?"
Yeah, that's
Well,
pretty
thank
much.
you. Yeah, no,
That's
thank
what I
you all.
heard. They were like, "It's fine, just send it to me." I'm like, "Okay." We just want to make sure that they get the proper recognition, though, because we do really appreciate. Those from celebrating 5 years of service to 35. It's amazing. So next I'll move on to 2021 though, and I do think we have a couple here. So I'm excited about that. First to start off is Cheryl Mullen. She was hired on January 8th, 2001. She previously served as the management analyst in our city manager's office. So those of you who have been in City Hall may have seen her. And then she recently served as our interim airport director, and she achieved 20 years of service this January. Michael Gerzon, he was hired on January 9th, 2016 as a permanent employee. He currently serves as our environmental programs manager in the utilities division of the community services department, and he achieved 5 years of service this year. Officer Don Ton was hired on February 9th, 2016. He also achieved 5 years of service this year. Derek Spates is our streets and parks supervisor. So he oversees all of parks and streets within the community services department. He was hired on February 12, 2001 and achieved 20 years of service this February. Maria Mendez, she's actually here tonight. She is our cannabis affairs manager in the planning division of the development services department. She was hired on as a permanent employee March 20th, 2006 and achieved 15 years of service in March. Raymond Perez is a senior maintenance worker. He was hired on April 23rd, 1996. He works as a senior maintenance worker in our streets division of the community services department, and he achieved 25 years of service this year. Police Lieutenant Rosario Botano was hired on April 23rd, 2001, and she achieved 20 years of service this year. Senior Accounting Technician Peggy Hone was hired on May 1st, 2006, and she works in our finance division of the Administrative Services Department. She achieved 15 years of service this May. Valera Key also works in the finance division of our Administrative Services Department. She's a level 2 accounting technician. She was hired on May 2nd, 2016, and achieved 5 years of service this year. Gail Cole is one of our multi-service officers from the police department. She was hired May 21st, 2001, and she achieved 20 years of service this year. Ronnie Rubacaba is a level 2 maintenance worker who works out at our airport. He was hired on May 28th, 2016, and also achieved 5 years of service this year. And again, last but not least, for quarters 1 and 2 of 2021, we have Summer Garcia. She's currently acting as our interim utility supervisor in the Utilities Division of Community Services Department. She was hired on May 31st, 2016, and she too achieved 5 years of service this May. And we just want to say thank you. Take this time to tell these employees how much we appreciate them. They're all phenomenal. We really enjoy working with them, and honestly, I can't put into words how great it is to be working with them and seeing them grow and succeed in their careers. And we just greatly appreciate their time and their dedication to the city and this community.
Well, thank you all.
So if Maria Summer, anyone else from this year would like to come on down, I know there's a couple here. Thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Next, we're going to have a presentation from the executive officer at the local agency formation commission, which we call LAFCO, with an update on what's going on and how things work.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Good evening. Abraham Prado, Development Services Planning Manager, Interim Director. I would like to present to you Mr. Bill Nicholson. As you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, he is the Executive Officer of San Benito County LAFCO, and Bill has been with the San Benito County LAFCO for 5 years as an Executive Officer in the capacity of part-time contract position. Mr. Nicholson is also the Executive Officer for Merced LAFCO in a contract position since 2013. And before that, worked with Merced LAFCO as a county planner since 1983. So he is a wealth of knowledge, very respected, very, very knowledgeable. And we're very fortunate to have him here share a few words with us. Mr. Nicholson graduated with a master's degree in urban planning from UCLA in 1981, my alma mater as well. With that, I would like to present to you Mr. Bill Nicholson from LAFCO, who will be providing a brief presentation on the LAFCO annexation out of jurisdiction process. Bill, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you for having me. Okay, got the. Okay, yeah, thank you for inviting me. The LAFCO role coordinating with the city is very important as you're processing your general plan update. And LAFCO has been involved, fortunately, through your consultants and your staff on several conference calls along with the county and other agencies within the county. So appreciate the opportunity to come give an overview of LAFCO and some issues within the community. So thank you very much. So I'm going to start off from the basics of who is LAFCO and why we're recreated and what we do, and then get into more local issues. LAFCOs were created coming out of the growth boom in California after World War II, when tons of soldiers were relocating and moving, and California was one of the hot spots, and San Jose was one of the well-recognized hotspots too. As the growth happened, we had a huge demand for services. There were wars between cities over who was going to serve the new growth, cities competing with land, and it was a local issue. Everybody fighting. There was no state involvement in it. A lot of special districts were created without any real thought of what was efficient. Some were special districts that were public, some were private, and it was a real mess. So at the time, Governor Pat Brown, Jerry Brown's father, established a commission on urban problems and orderly boundaries, and they commissioned a report that was completed back in 1961, leading to the creation of LAFCO. Contrary to a lot of the push at the time, LAFCO wasn't created as a state agency to look over the shoulders of cities and counties and special districts. They decided to make it a local agency. So all 58 counties in California have a LAFCO, but it's made up of a body that includes representatives across the local government spectrum, and there's no state oversight or involvement on the day-to-day operations of LAFCO. We're also independent. There's no county oversight or the city directing what LAFCO does. Our leadership comes from the commission itself, and that's my boss as the executive officer is the 5 commissioners that sit on LAFCO. There was a major update to the law in year 2000. I just brought a copy of that, the Cortez-Knox-Hertzberg Act, and it was a pretty comprehensive revamp of multiple prior laws that dealt with LAFCO and put it all in one location and added a lot more meat and a lot more requirements for what LAFCO has to, documents we have to prepare, like municipal service reviews. So our purposes are to encourage logical and orderly boundaries and discourage urban sprawl. Over the last 50 years, you could argue we haven't done a very good job of it. We also are targeted with conserving agricultural and open space lands, promoting efficient service delivery, which again was one of the problems before, and that involves even creation of new districts and incorporation of cities. We have things to consider like regional housing needs to provide for growth, the adequate water supplies for that growth, disadvantaged communities was one of the more recent issues added, wildfires and other hazard areas, maybe flooding, that now they're having LAFCO look into that more carefully on annexations. And they've added almost every year or two, they add other provisions for us to look at. In San Benito LAFCO, we have, again, it's all local people. We have 2 county supervisors that are elected by the Board of Supervisors, 2 city council members or mayors, and we have 2 cities, so there's always one from San Juan Bautista and one from Hollister, and they're appointed by the Mayor's Council, which are the mayors of the 2 cities. And then those 4 members select a public member. And each category has an alternate who can only vote when one of the regular members isn't present. Unique to LAFCO, again, when you're serving on LAFCO, because you're enforcing state laws, but you're local, but you're not a city or county, is that when you get to the commission and you're voting, you put on your LAFCO hat and take off your city or your county hat. And it's very hard to do, but that's one of the charges. When you're voting, you may have voted for something as a city council member or a supervisor. And when you come to LAFCO, if you look at the rules and they're different, you'd be permitted to or encouraged to vote according to LAFCO rules. Again, it's a hard role for everybody but the public member who can't be from a city or a county or a special district. Some LAFCOs in the state have special districts on their LAFCOs too. So they have 7 members instead of 5. So again, LAFCOs regulate boundaries of existing agencies or the creation of new ones, which would be, new boundaries would be a formation of a new district or an incorporation of a city. We can approve changes in boundaries like annexations only if it's within the sphere of influence of the agency. And so we've established a sphere of influence. We cannot directly regulate land use. So we couldn't say you're trying to annex land for single family homes on large lots, and LAFCO will deny that unless you make it small lots or apartments. LAFCO has to judge the application as it comes in. We can't change land uses or recommend changing land uses. We also regulate extensions of public services outside your boundary or district boundary without annexing. And out of this whole law, there's a page and a half of rules on that. So it's very small, But in the Hollister area, as you know, especially with your sewer, that's a lot of the growth happens through that provision. But in the law governing LAFCO, again, it's a tiny fraction of what we deal with. So it's basically an exception to the rule. Going with that. So we are required to adopt and periodically update a sphere of influence, which is defined as the plan for the probable physical boundary and service area of the agency. So usually you're looking at the sphere, like you're doing a general plan update, you're looking at the sphere as a map, a boundary outside the city limits. But it's actually also a plan, and the plan is adopted by LAFCO, and we have criteria to consider for what that plan entails. In order to update the sphere of influence, the law in this book that came up in 2000 was to add municipal service reviews to our responsibilities. And that's a more comprehensive look at each agency, the cities and special districts within the county. And we have to look at growth and population projections, the needs and deficiencies of public services, the financial ability of the agency to provide those services, opportunities for shared facilities between cities or districts, and accountability and operational efficiencies. And accountability goes to things like the Form 700s, ethics training, posting agendas for meetings. Cities do all that. You got a lot of public view, but there's a lot of small special districts that don't have public meetings. They don't post their agendas. So LAFCOs have a charge to, at least we can't correct that, but we can bring it out into the public by producing these documents that are up for public review. So now we'll get into some maps instead of just a bunch of text. So the State Office of Planning and Research prepared this as a general guide for general plan updates, where you have your basic city limits in the gray, and then outside of that you'd have your sphere of influence, which is the area again that you plan to go into and you provide services for. And then the outermost boundary is called the city's planning area, and there's other names for that, like area of interest that you might put in your general plan. But those are areas that you might have a concern. It could be a regional park. It could be a industrial area or something that the city has an interest in, but they're not proposing to annex it. And it's definitely in everything outside the city is, of course, in the county. So comparing that map to the city, this is your current general plan. And on this scale, it's a little bit hard to see, but you have your gray areas in the city limits, and then you have your sphere of influence boundary, and then the general plan boundary is much larger. And the contrast between this map and the state's kind of example is, you see the sphere of influence, the first line outside the city, has a lot of area for growth into it, and then the boundary beyond that isn't very large because it may have less issues. In the Hollister area, the sphere of influence is actually very tight. It's a dashed line that you can see it goes around the airport, like on the north, the end of the runway. The sphere just wraps around that and comes down. And when you go to on the west side, Buena Vista Road, it's just north on West Side Road. So it's like a quarter mile north in that area. And you see all that land to the north is in your general plan area, but it's not within your sphere. And same as areas in the east. The sphere of influence dashed line just runs about probably about a half mile east of San Felipe, and in your general plan area, you have a whole bunch of other land to the east that's not within your sphere. So you have a lot of area of interest or concern, but you don't have it as an area that you're going to grow into, and that's within your current general plan. Another area of importance is over on Fairview Road to the southeast, the lower right corner. The general plan area jumps over Fairview Road, but the sphere stops on Fairview. And so that's an area of a lot of county development, such as Santana Ranch. And I should say proposed county development. Santana Ranch is an existing project, but there's other proposed projects. So they're in your general plan area, but they're not in your sphere of influence. Another complicating factor is you are in control of your general plan, and you're the only entity to adopt it. And LAFCO would use that to look at your sphere in the future. But besides the city, everything outside the city, pretty much in your area, is designated urban in the county. So when you go across the general plan line, pretty much everything, especially to the south and east, and a little bit southwest is designated urban in the county. So whether you have plans to develop it in your general plan, the county's got plans for it to be urbanized in the county. And again, with the historic agreement on sewer, the development happens outside the city in the fringe areas of the city. So as you adopt your general plan, you'll come up with a proposed sphere of influence, and that gets submitted to LAFCO. And so I just wanted to give a brief summary of the process. You would include the sphere as part of your CEQA document that you prepare your EIR for the general plan. And then under the law for LAFCO, you as a city have to meet with the county and discuss that sphere of influence. And one of the main aspects of that is what happens in that area before the city annexes. What does the county do in your sphere, and what does the city do? And the city would usually want the county to leave it alone and wait for the city to go out there and serve it. And that brings in revenue sharing typically, where in order for the county to say, we'll leave it alone, they say, well, let's share in the revenue in certain ways. And I know that's been a contentious issue, especially for the non-residential development. So you don't have to have revenue sharing as part of your sphere of influence agreement. It's usually more about land use, but those issues are typically what comes up. And then after you get that agreement, well, you try to get an agreement. You don't have to have an agreement. You try to get the agreement. If you reach an agreement with the county on that sphere, and the county says, yeah, that's a good sphere, we're supportive of it with these land use agreements, then LAFCO, our commission is to put great weight on that. So we have our rules about what we're supposed to consider, the factors that we evaluate for a sphere. And if it doesn't quite fit, but the city and the county have reached agreement on it, then we're supposed to kind of defer to that versus nitpick at it as LAFCO. So, so it encourages the city and the county to work together on that sphere. And if you do, that'll be a great advantage when you get to LAFCO. The issues that we look at in the sphere, just very quickly, are the present and planned land uses, which come from your general plan, and how much ag and open space land is within the proposed boundary, the need for public services and facilities in the area, which again would be based on your general plan. We'll look at your capacity of services and your plan for services, which would usually are in master plans, utility master plans. We also look at social or economic communities of interest in the area, and that involves a potentially different things such as jobs, housing balance. Like if you had a big sphere for a bunch of housing, but you don't have jobs, then there could be issues that you're not going to balance your growth. Another issue is other service providers. So you have the Sunny Slope Water District on the east side, and so they're providing water, and they may decide that they have less water available than you want in your general plan. So that's an issue that you'd have to resolve that LAFCO's got to look at. And then also the need for services for disadvantaged communities, which are in the unincorporated area that you annex ag land and open space land that's easy to develop. And then there's a county community that's low income sitting there and you skip around it. And so those are issues for LAFCO to look at, like how to encourage the city taking in both, or how do you deal with those disadvantaged communities over time. And then in terms of our process, we would get the application in, we notify various agencies, including the school districts, who, by the way, we have no authority over. We have responsibility with special districts like sewer districts, water districts, resource conservation districts, ag irrigation districts, but not school districts. We'll use the CEQA document, the EIR that you use for the city's general plan for the sphere. We have our own notice of public hearing on it, and then the commission can approve, modify, or deny this sphere. And again, it's adopted by LAFCO, even though you've put a lot of time into it and you include it in your general plan. It's only LAFCO is the only entity that can approve the sphere. So with that, I'll skip to the other issue about the city sewer extensions outside your boundaries, or it could be Sunny Slope providing water outside their boundary. And we have that issue over in San Juan Bautista as well, so it's not unique to Hollister. The law allows for basically two main considerations. One, if you're serving services within your sphere of influence, then LAFCO consider approving that if it's anticipation of a later annexation, or the law says boundary change, but that typically means you're going to annex it. And in the Hollister case, most of the time it's that you've got an agreement with the landowner which you have a very good written agreement for that they won't protest annexation in the future when the city is ready to annex. Many times you provide the service because you can't annex, it's not contiguous to the city, would be the typical situation. The other issue is when the property is located outside your sphere of influence, then LAFCO is only to consider approval of that if you have an existing or pending threat to health and safety of the public or the residents of the area. And that should be documented in like a failing well or septic system. So a farm labor camp on a polluted well and you got a water line nearby, that's an obvious case, or failing septic system again when you have sewer nearby. It's really not slated for new development where there's no health and safety problem. It's that the property owner is ready to go and the city's ready to give it sewer and not wait for annexation. So that, again, it's been a common pattern in the Hollister area for decades, but under the law, it really is reserved for existing or pending threats to health and safety, not to speed up the development process. Under subsection E, there's several exemptions from LAFCO review and approval. And one of the ones that you're working on right now is with the city of San Juan Bautista, where they have a sewer system that they operate and they have it planned for their city growth, and you have a sewer system. And in the case for that, if both entities provide the same service and they have the same anticipated quantity of service, like serving the growth of the city, if you reach an agreement with them, then LAFCO doesn't have to approve that. You have the authority to do it yourself. The controversy in the Hollister area has come in where Sunny Slope says, okay, city, you can provide sewer up on Santa Ana Road, and we won't. And there are only sewers over at Ridgemark, but they'll say, well, we could provide sewer there, but we defer to the city. We'll let you provide it. But we have an agreement between two public entities to do that. And there's no plan for them to provide sewer. There's no facilities nearby. They're not planning on capacity. They have no master plan for that. So in the case of the two cities, it's obvious. You can look at their master plans, you can look at their general plan. But in the case of Sunny Slope, they don't have any plans to provide sewer anywhere outside of the contiguous line, the Ridgemark. So I know there's an MOU you guys signed, not you guys, the city signed years ago in 2016, I believe, with the district. It's going to expire soon, but it basically says you don't have to come to LAFCO, and it's really not true because that district doesn't provide sewer for the vast majority of the east side of the city or the growth area outside your city. You provide the sewer. So this is the Hollister urban area in yellow, which is the boundary that was used to identify where the sewer for this city's regional sewer would be provided. And it was adopted in 2008 based on the general plan of the cities and the county's general plan at the time. And this general plan background on the map is the county's general plan from about 5 years ago. And you can see there's a lot of urban areas outside, but adjacent to that, especially in the south, that are slated for growth, but they're not in the Hollister urban area. And then the area within it is again bigger than the city's general plan growth area. It includes land east of Fairview Road specifically. And so that's again where we get into the issues of this idea that the city's regional plan would serve all of this, but it didn't consider the LAFCO process, and the LAFCO process was misunderstood at the time. So we're struggling now to implement the goals and the desires of everybody, but try to follow within, and LAFCO, we're trying to follow what is required under the Cortez-Knox-Hirschberg Act. So again, right now it seems a very cooperative effort with your general plan update to look at these issues head on and try to resolve them and come up with a plan for them. And one of them is your sphere of influence, to put areas that you intend to serve sewer to, put those within your sphere boundary. And if you don't put them in, and that has ramifications for the county's general plan if they have urban designations, because they don't have sewer on their own. So not that they couldn't propose trying to get that, but that's been the historic issue. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. And
Thank you very much. Do you have questions from the council? Councilor Burns? Councilor Perez?
No, I love the presentation though. It gave me some information or
I've been looking for some answers, so thank you for that.
Great, thank you.
Vice Mayor Resendez, do you have any questions?
None. Thank you, Mr. Nicholson, for coming and give that presentation.
You're welcome.
There seems like there's an echo. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
Yeah, there's a bit of an echo with yours.
I
Not here, though.
think
Or-
we need to lower the volume on the other Zoom that you're in, Paul.
Mr. Nicholson, I want to thank you. I think since you've come to LAFCO, you've explained the rules that were, shall we say, were just lacking in the past and have created issues in our community. I want everyone to understand, currently, this past year, there was more growth in the county than in the city. And that is not where we want to be as a community because it leads to issues with traffic, infrastructure. And this is why LAFCO plays such an important role, because it forces communities to plan better and not just we'll deal with it later, as was the history of our community in the past. I'm excited to see our general plan finally being updated. Again, I appreciate all you've done to explain these rules, and with time, we're going to make sure we're all following those rules and no more exceptions, and especially the conversations how most communities will not allow services outside of their jurisdictions. If it's not annexed, it's not going to get the service. And that's really what should have happened here years and years ago to avoid the sprawl that's happened in our community. But I'm happy to see that so many of us are working together now, and looking forward to the years coming up. And again, your leadership as LAFCO has changed all of it. So thank you very much. Do we have any speaker cards? I'm sure there might be some people interested in this conversation.
I have no speaker cards and one hand raised. Carol Lenore? Carol, go ahead.
Hello there. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to thank Mr. Nicholson. You really spelled it out nicely. It's what I've been saying. I'm really glad to see you, to let folks know that. And I would ask the council to hold strong on those out of boundary requests, because as Bill said, it's really meant to be an emergency type request and not for premature development. So thank you very much, Bill, for bringing that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you. And thank you for getting me on early. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
We're going to now move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull?
Mayor Velasquez,
Yes, sir.
thank you. I would like to pull A6, A8, A9, A10, A13, and 14, please.
No problem. Any others from council? Do we have any from the public?
Mr. Slyback, did you want to pull the minutes or did you want to speak at public comment?
Whichever.
We'll speak at public comment.
Enough now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that it? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there
Second,
a second?
second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We'll move now to item A6. Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Who's going to be representing the city?
Right. Probably myself and
Okay,
HR.
great. Just a couple of questions. With regards to creating
Mr. Burns, if I
the,
could, real question.
yes, of course.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't ask you earlier, but do you have a face cover you can put on?
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. I know it
That's
can be
okay.
a little difficult to hear me, so just let me know if you need anything repeated.
Thanks. With regard to the creation of the two community service officer positions, I'm curious, clearly an element of this is code enforcement.
Yes, sir.
What will occur with the, I believe we have two code enforcement officers now currently in planning and development. So will they go to the police department or will they stay in planning and development?
Yeah, that's a great question. So based on the recent budget approval, we actually lost one of the code enforcement officer positions. So what's going to happen is there will be one code enforcement officer position remaining in the development services department for the time being. I believe that'll be mostly focused on administrative work. I think court hearings and things as such. It's going to be more office work. The CSO2 positions are going to be under the police department. There was a need for this because currently there's not a lot of supervision for the code enforcement officers. So this way, the police department will be overseeing the CSO2 tasks, which will include those out in the field officer positions, as well as some administrative in-office work as well that coincides with the field work that they'll be tasked with.
Yeah, and both current code officers will be encouraged to apply, and we believe they should pass through the process because they are doing code enforcement work now. So we're very positive.
Okay. I noticed in the job description, it says that 832 PC, which is the laws of arrest, search, and seizure, are something that they want, but it's a desirable character. It's not required. I would argue that I think it should be mandatory.
Okay.
And so that's just my opinion.
Mhm.
And then the final part of it was, it talks about certification by a state agency. And currently the agency that represents by and large the majority of code enforcement officers is an organization called CASIO, which stands for California Association of Code Enforcement Officers. And they offer a certification that makes the code enforcement officer state recognized. And CASIO is through an assembly bill, the tool that would be comparable to POST for law enforcement. So I would recommend that it be CASIO specifically that provides that certification for our code officers. And those would be my thoughts, comments, questions. And so thank you for your time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, well, can I answer that real
A
quick?
comment?
What we've done in the past with code enforcement, if they did not have the acronym PCO, we provided them the training to get up to that level because we did want them to have that.
Yeah, and then if I could just chime in as well. So currently, based on the budget, we do have the two CSO2 positions. And because we don't have a adopted job description, it's preventing us from moving forward with the recruitment to fill those and allow our officers to apply and move, hopefully, if they get it, to PD and have the adequate supervision and direction they need. So this job description is really a starting point given that they are new positions, and we definitely really appreciate the input, especially given your background with code enforcement, Councilmember Burns. It's really appreciated, and we'll go through and make additional updates and hopefully improve the positions, as needed for requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So just after hearing Councilmember Burns speak, I'm just wondering, I can't quote the exact policy or law that he was talking about, or qualifications, I should say, that he wants mandatory, but are the people that are currently in those positions, do they have that qualification? If not, do we have the ability to get them trained for that in a timely manner and then allow them to also be in this position?
My understanding is both of them have that qualification.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I will move to adopt is it item A6? And if I can, make the recommendation that we make that qualification mandatory. Again, I don't remember the exact language. And then that we also adopt the recommendation by Councilmember Burns to go through CASIO as well.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes,
Motion carries 4-0.
thank you. We'll now move to item A8.
All right, so the next few items will also be hearing from Human Resources. So I'll be here for any questions you have. The main change with this job description for the Development Services Director. So we currently do not have an assigned Assistant City Manager. The minor changes in this will allow this director to fill in as acting city manager should the city manager ever be absent. And it would only be upon request of the city manager to fill in their absence.
Is there any questions?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, just in reviewing the job description, in others that I've seen listed in tonight's agenda, talks about having a master's degree in a relevant subject appropriate, but I didn't see it listed in this job description. I was curious why not. And then probably more importantly for me is I see where they want the potential director to have the AICP certification. It's desirable, but again, why would we not want that required? And my rationale for that is we want the most qualified candidates with the best education and the best experience. And I think the AICP certification certainly will separate a group of people that may have some qualifications from those that have the most desirable qualifications. And I'd like to see those be required as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other questions from council?
No.
I do have a question.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Brett, if this position was the one that was by Brian, is that true?
Correct.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to take a look at this, and maybe I don't even know if we have to do this, because I'm thinking that we could probably take a look at this when we do the contracts and possibly contract for some of these positions or some of the duties of this position. I don't know if we should be in such a hurry to fill it. If we do, then I agree with Councilmember Burns. It needs to be somebody who's qualified, that has at least a master's level degree. I think Brian did have one. And then I would also support his AICP requirement. But I don't know if we should even be in a hurry to fill this until after our contract discussion, because I've got some ideas to help with this position.
If I can.
Yeah. I mean, I believe this is more of a desire, because this is going to be a person that oversees potentially engineering, planning, and building. So it could be somebody that maybe is an expert in more of the engineering side of it, and is not going to have that planner, or like say a planner that's going to be overseeing engineers. You technically would probably want all be licensed in all three areas would be the best candidate. But that doesn't, like say, a licensed engineer is not going to always be the best candidate, and also your planner with a certificate might not be your best candidate either. So
Well, my major concern is not necessarily engineering or planning, it's the economic development piece. Doesn't that fall under this job description as well?
correct, yeah, it would be desirable that this person has that expertise also, because they do work with different potential businesses. But yeah.
I'm
So-
thinking maybe we should separate them. Like the EDC portion should be one person, and I'm thinking we could talk about that during the contracts, when we talk about the contracts. And then if this person is specifically going to be focused on engineering and planning, then I think that's fine, but they have to have the right qualifications. But I think EDC is something that should be on its own. And this sounds like this person's taken on a lot as it is already. So I'd like to revisit this if we can at a later date to see how we can break it up.
Okay. Is there any questions, comments from council on that?
Mayor Velazquez, I would support Vice Mayor Resendez's position on this, particularly as it relates to EDC. I think we've had not adequate return on our investment in the past, and so I would like to maybe really make a concentrated effort to get out there and push this forward. So I would support exactly what the Vice Mayor said.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Is that your request to come back to a date certain, Mr. Resendez?
If I can, I'd like to hold off on this position and maybe have that conversation during the contract conversation, and then we can revisit this position.
Then we would ask for that
Withdraw.
to be withdrawn.
So we
Yeah.
request withdraw.
Okay, I'll make that motion at the appropriate time. Oh, unless we got to take public comment, I'll make it at the appropriate time.
Comment first, and then we'll discuss that. Do we have any public comment?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion to withdraw this item? Do you have something, Mr.? No. Okay. Is there a motion to withdraw item A8?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Aye.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Now we'll move to item A9.
Okay, thank you. So A9 is similar to the most recent item, again, with this director position. It would be adding in that wording that we were looking to add in at the other one. So they would be serving as assistant city manager or acting city manager if the city manager were out. And those were the main changes made.
Okay.
And also this one's changed a little bit because in past we had a management services director that also oversaw the airports. We actually moved the airport away from this position.
Mr. Burns, you had a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I guess my thoughts are on the candidate having a master's would be ideal. But even more importantly for me, as I understand this position is intended to be director of recreation, utilities, parks, fleet, street, and the streets division. Those departments seem incompatible to me. I'm not trying to spend money foolishly here, but I would rather see an additional director for parks and recreation. And it doesn't seem like the two areas of expertise blend well together. And so I would rather have an expert. I think parks and recreation is very important to our community. And I think the investment's worthwhile. And so those are my thoughts. Thank you.
The only thing I can probably add to that where it probably happened is because the yard shares tools and equipment. And I think that's why they, instead of having one department trying to fight another department for, say, a tractor or some piece of equipment, it was easy to have a director that made a decision between his or her department to say, no, that's this piece of equipment's going to parks today or to say a water line break. But that's I'm okay with having it broken up.
And I
Mr.
will,
Mayor.
due to staffing needs, there are often times where staff are pulled from different divisions. So currently in the community services department, you will find all of our utilities divisions and units, as well as parks and streets and our fleet maintenance. And oftentimes you will see parks and streets working hand in hand with certain utilities units. It really is a team effort. So we see that a lot. And especially with parks too, our maintenance workers do work hard to help with the parks that the recreation department does use often and work with their programs.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Are you? Hang on a second. Are you done, Mr. Burns?
Mayor, the only thing I'd say is we're not that big. We should absolutely not be siloed. And I don't think that equipment should dictate who's in charge of what departments. I think that in some cases, the equipment can be shared equally or as needed. But at the end of the day, I do think Parks and Recreation is very important to this community. And I think that it's deserving of a director to lead that charge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Vice Mayor Resendez.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, this position is also vacant at this time. Is that correct?
We have an interim person at this time.
We have an interim. Okay. What I would suggest, and I agree with Councilmember Burns as well, and I'm glad to see that the airport was removed from this position, but I do agree that the Parks and Recs needs to be removed as well, needs to be separated. So what I would suggest is that we withdraw this item as well, and we can revisit that at the same time that we revisit the other item previously, if that's okay with the council.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so how long has the interim director been in this position temporarily?
It's been almost 7 months.
7 months, yeah. Because I'd hate for us to get into another position where we're waiting on to fill this position for another year.
Yeah, I
I
would
think
hope that we,
I think the recreation department is doing a great job. I'd hate to see them hindered or altered in their direction that they're going. I think we should pull this and revisit this again.
just for clarity right now, recreation does report to the city manager's office. So they've been running very smooth, hopefully. My feeling.
Okay. Is there any speaker cards from the public?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion from the council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move that we withdraw, is it resolution number 2021-139?
Item A9, which is 2021-139. Correct. Your motion is to withdraw?
Yes, sir.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second and a third.
Well, that was
Thank you. Is there a
Aye.
roll call vote, please?
I don't know why it's doing that.
Sounds like they want to present for me.
Can I ask for clarification when you're asking for these items to be withdrawn and you want them moved to the August 9th meeting?
No,
or-
withdrawn
No.
completely.
Okay, thank you. I'm just making sure.
We'll resubmit when they're
Or
ready.
resubmit.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez,
Yes.
motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item A10.
All right, this is us as well. So this is for the revised job description for airport manager. As something that Brett had brought up, our city manager had brought up, was the adjustment and correction because airport is no longer under the community services department. We used to call it management services when they were intertwined together. So now we're separating. So we'll have community services, or we currently do, as well as airport. So the airport manager reflects these changes and they'll be reporting to the city manager directly, unless in the future, we get an airport director, then in that case, we'd bring it back with those updates.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I think it's a great idea because I think the airport manager is a big job.
Mhm.
And I like the fact that that person will report directly to the city manager because I think that's a critical part of how things evolve out there.
Mhm.
I'm a little concerned that it looks to me from reviewing the job description that it's more of a property management position. And I understand some of that, but I'd like to see a greater emphasis on the airport piece and the airport itself as in a diamond in the rough and how that's going to develop and move forward. And I don't know how you articulate that or quantify that in job description, but I wanted to just express that because our airport is an unutilized resource and the time is now to make that the diamond as opposed to the rough.
correct. And it's like you said, it's real hard to put that into words. It could be more of our interview questions and things like that. But to a point, our airport is a property management. We have a lot of hangars that are being managed. We're also we have ground leases and potentially, I have personally some visions out there that are, require some marketing to get those different leases in there and get. So I do see them doing a lot of, like I say, property management, but there are numerous other things to make sure that we're getting FAA grants and making sure the maintenance is done properly so that it stays that diamond for Hollister.
So I'm wondering if there are other jurisdictions with like circumstances that we could look at what their requirements are to oversee or manage their airports to see if there's something more definitive, more clearly defined. I don't know. It seems very part of the desirable qualifications is property management experience. Well, I get that, but there's a big difference between managing an airport and managing an apartment complex.
Correct.
Now, some of the experiences might be shared in common, but I think an airport is totally different.
Correct.
And so for me, I just would like to see a more clearly defined set of expectations.
No problem.
Agree. I would agree with you. And I think the property management obviously is an important role, but really it's for the director should be more of a secondary. It's the vision of what type of businesses we're trying to recruit to the
Yes,
airport. Are we trying to bring in some tenants that have jets that coming in? Do we have a vision for passenger service or other types of services at the airport? So that bigger vision has to play the key role, and then the property management really becomes secondary because that's what is coming through from that vision.
Correct.
I think that's really where the success of the airports will be. If not, it's going to continue to be a airport that's used, I don't want to say as a hobby airport, but it's not
recreational
potential.
Yeah.
So I would agree with the comments.
Yeah,
Mr.
it has to have, Hollister is such a draw for people come and walk driving through and they end up staying. You know, and people are gonna, I think our airport's gonna be the same way. So.
Okay. We can polish it up a lot more.
Did you need time to adjust that or bring that back, or is that?
I mean, we'll probably bring them all back at the same time, so we'll
Bring it
just say
back.
withdraw.
Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. And then just the one thing I see, it says equivalent to bachelor's degree. If I'm reading this correctly, I think we should have at minimum a bachelor's degree. If we can, I'd prefer to see somebody with a master's degree in those related fields. But just not to repeat what everybody else said. I completely agree with what everybody else said. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Mayor Velasquez,
Go ahead, sir.
one final thought and comment, and I don't know if it's appropriate now or not, but I'm going to put it out there. We're talking about job descriptions, but I'm not seeing salary or compensation packages. And one of the things I'd really like to see is that our executive team, our directors are compensated well, because I, again, would like to have us draw the most qualified people regardless. And if they're here, I'd rather see us be able to grow our own. But if we need to recruit, then I would like to have top-notch people coming to Hollister to help us move forward in the future.
At the top of each of the job description does say the salary range that ties to our salary schedule. So if you would like us to put that into future summaries, we could do that too.
I think
So
that would be helpful.
that way you don't have to do the research.
Right. I think that would
do
be
that.
helpful so that we can make sure that they're adequately compensated to get the top quality.
Yeah, and then just to note on that, when we do recruit, we include the salary range as well as benefits information. It's minimal because we do go over it during orientation, but they're aware that we do offer a competitive salary and benefits package.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Thank you.
Is there a motion to withdraw?
I think we need to open it to public comment.
We already asked for public comment.
I'm sorry. I will make a motion to withdraw item A10, resolution number 2021-140.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Aye.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We'll move now to item A13. Mr.
Thank
Byrne.
you.
Who's going to speak on behalf of the city? Is that the city clerk?
City clerk, put on.
Okay. So again, this is a claim against the city, and in this case, it's a tree versus car. And I was just, I wanted some affirmation about why, if it's factually accurate, what's been presented, and I'm not suggesting that it is, but if it is, why would we refuse or want to move this claim on?
Kristen, can I answer this? So sometimes we're indemnified from some of these. So that's what our risk pool will go through and make sure that that all aspects are done to kind of give us a little bit of a script to follow. That part of we're one of 10 cities. So that's the main reason we go through the process. Now, they find that it's our fault and they do work with the applicants. So, applicants, but people making the claim.
If I may add to that, I think there's something like acts of nature that we as a city are not responsible for. But if it were something like, I don't know, something that maybe was reported previously and we neglected that, then maybe that would be something. But there are certain things we're, like the city manager said, exempt from that we have no control over as a city.
Thank you. Do we, since I've been on council, we got a number of different claims, and your response is consistent. Thank you. I appreciate that. But at some point, can we as council be updated on what the outcomes of these are? Because I've not heard the outcome on any of them.
Yeah,
And
correct. That is part of, was on our spreadsheet to get that to you, and I will find out where we are with that, the
I
status of.
forwarded the report
Ye-
to you.
Yeah, we usually get like once a month, so we'll get that to you.
That'd be very helpful. Thank you. I'm good.
Any other questions for council?
Nope.
Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second,
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
yes.
Councilmember Burns.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez,
Yes.
motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to item A14, Mr. Burns.
Thank you. Another tree versus car scenario. And I assume the explanation for A13 would be the same for A14. Thank you.
And again, it's the risk management company that goes out and does the investigation. And
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any speaker cards on this?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second,
Motion and second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez,
Yes.
motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We will now move to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you are joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note, state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers tonight?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Rob Rodriguez.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rob Rodriguez. I'm a resident of Hollister. If it's okay, I won't put my mouth near the microphone.
But if you
I
can
can-
put a face cover on, because there's public here, so if you can put a face cover on, it's the issue, as we know with COVID, is the masks are not so much to protect us as to keep the spray from going out.
Yes.
We're seeing an uptick in claims or cases throughout our community. If you would please help us by putting a face cover on, that would be very.
I would, but I didn't expect to bring one. And then the blue ones that you guys have there are not recyclable. So I don't want to
Maybe we
contribute
can-
to waste that way.
Yeah, we really need your help on this, and I don't want to get in a situation. And unfortunately, earlier I did not stop the person, and I noticed it later through the presentation. But we're asking the public to help us. This is a pandemic that is, again, going through our community, unfortunately. If there's any other cover you have, a face cover or something, or
So are we under a mandated mask right now, or we are, are you vaccinated?
Yes.
I mean, if you don't mind me asking, I mean, because aren't those the rules right now?
the rules are, if there's people around, we should be wearing face covers. Can we go back and forth on what way we should be doing this? Of course we can, but I'm asking you to please help us by wearing a face cover, because I can believe, I trust that you are vaccinated, but I'm asking to help us if you can
Okay,
please
sure.
do that. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ralph.
Really appreciate that.
And also, if we're gonna have to do that, we need to make sure that we have signage out front, because
I agree.
they need to know this before they enter.
Yeah.
You can't just surprise them at the podium.
Okay, council members, my name is Rob Rodriguez. I'm an executive director for a nonprofit here, a startup nonprofit here in town called Growing Hearts Garden Center. We offer career advancement, career training opportunities to intellectually and developmentally disabled adults while integrating them into their community. We accomplish this through community beautification projects. You can see our handiwork at the down the street on 4th and Mapleton, where we built a garden and erected a little library for the community, as well as out front of the community food bank on San Felipe that we built with the support of Recology. One of our biggest beautification projects that has been ongoing for the last couple of years has been the space in and around the community garden at Vista Park Hill. I'm here to ask about the demolition of the old city buildings at Park Hill that are in the area. In September of last year, I believe, one of the buildings was burned, and it's been sitting in that same condition as when the flames were put out. I don't know the condition of the other 3 buildings besides the disrepair on the outside. Members of the community garden continue to run into contractors or inspectors, I don't know who they are, who are planning for demolition, but we haven't received any official start dates or details as to what will be accessible when demolition begins. I'm not sure if you guys have discussed this already, so that's why I'm here to ask about it. I work in the community garden at Vista Park Hill, and I've been working to expand the garden by planting a pollinator garden and trying to create more space for community garden plots for interested community members. Because we visit the gardens to care for the plants regularly, I'm there daily. I'm asking about the demolition timeline, for the safety of the members of the community that are there in the garden. Or anyone that comes to volunteer to help clean the landscapes that surround those buildings, or they collect a lot of trash because they are being unused. So there's a lot of high activity of people coming through in their cars and leaving trash and whatnot. I would also like to know when the demolition begins, what the plans are for the rock walls that surround the buildings. The retaining walls have been there for a long time, and I believe they have historical value for the town. And so I just want to know, when the buildings come down, what is the plan to preserve the walls, or some kind of memorial for if they do come down. Any information you guys could share about that plan for the buildings or the rock walls would be appreciated. Thank you.
Right. Good questions. Thank you.
Carol, Lenore?
Thank you, Christine. There's a couple of just quick items tonight. I wanted like the council to see what you can do to spiffy up the downtown tree lights. They're looking very ratty. I'm sure you've noticed them. I'd like to see maybe you go back to the original vendor, which was the Christmas tree light guy. I think if you do it soon, it won't be that big of a job. But if you wait longer, it's might be a complete redo. And they cost money, but we knew we were going to have to maintain them when we approved them. So I'd like to see something there. On my second item, please, I wondered if you would respectfully, I want to request that you close the meeting in memory of Clinton G. Quilter this evening, as he passed away on July 20th. He was a longtime city employee, very popular employee, and then city manager as well. So if you could please honor him in some way, I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Alex Siwak?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I have a comment and a question about Resolution 124 that passed on your council meeting in June of 21. And the comment is that in the resolution, it references that the 3 parcels seeking annexation are requesting to become into the sphere of influence, and I believe they currently already are in the sphere of influence. And the second portion is that I believe the resolution 124 was amended on Mayor Velasquez's request from the dais, and I can't seem to find a record of what that resolution is in writing that was voted on. So I would just ask that maybe if there's some way of finalizing that as to what was the amended resolution that was passed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Susan Love?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to thank the City Council for your service to our community and to the representatives of the community that are there today. I appreciated LAFCO getting that information, and then also recently hearing from the community garden. The San Benito County Free Library can be located on the website at sbcfl.org. And you can find out information about their virtual summer reading program. They're also very excited to be participating in the Kids at the Park, which will be August 11th. So that's just next Wednesday. So anyone who's interested in participating and having their kids come to the Kids at the Park, which is all via Zoom, please contact the library at sbcfl.org or call them at 831-636-4107. They also have just started passport services again. So that's the first time they've got that going since COVID. Zip books are still going on, and they have technology tutoring. If you'd like to have more information from the library directly, please go to their website and you can join their email list, and that will help you understand the recent services that are being provided by the library. Kids at the Park, it's the 27th annual Kids in the Park. How's that for exciting? And it's sponsored by the Safe Kids Coalition of San Benito County. Also, I wanted to let you know that the Friends of the Library recently had a wonderful sale. We sold a huge amount of books we let go of in regards to the public. That was just awesome. It was our biggest book sale ever, and that was last July 17th. We had a huge turnout, and we were very excited about it because a lot of our books are children's books, and then also we have a lot of teachers who come. So our next big book sale will be August 14th, and please come by if you can. Anyone there, would love to have you. And we will be behind the library in the alleyway at the Friends bookshop. You can find out more information at sbcfriends.org. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you everybody for all you do for our community. It's appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Logue.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We will now move to item D1, City Manager's Report.
Yes, thank you. So just maybe give everybody a status on Vista Park Hill buildings. We did find that in different testing for hazardous material, one of the areas that weren't tested was the roofing. So we're having that tested and waiting for the results. And then once that is done, we'll continue with the demolition. We will notify everybody of when we're doing that. For the rock walls, our intention was to leave them there. We don't have any plan to remove them at this time. But if there is a future design up there that needs to be altered, we'll bring that to council at that time. My other thing that a request from you, Mayor, is that we actually have a staff member that is presenting on G3 and some personal issues that will, if we have to wait till G3, the staff member won't be able to present it. So we were asking if you can move that forward.
If that's all right with the council, we can do that.
It's fine.
Consensus with the council. And I
Okay.
do want to respond to the rock wall. I think that's, I'm really glad it was brought up, the beautiful walls, and if we could preserve them, we really should do everything we can not to lose those.
I agree with that.
Yeah, if
Okay.
we can, we're okay with that. We have a consensus, so
Okay.
we will now move to,
Well, if you want to do D2 real quick,
Oh, D-
I
go
know
ahead and
no
finish up
other
your
training
report,
and we'll
yes.
finish off these.
you never have trainings and now you do? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, we're looking at it as long as
Go ahead.
conferences don't and trainings don't get canceled because of variants.
Did you have anything else?
No, that was
That's
it.
All right, then we're going to go ahead and move to bring item G3 forward.
Is he gonna fly it in here?
Yeah, see that, I asked that same question. I thought that would be,
I thought you were
impressive.
gonna make a grand entrance or
No.
something.
That would really help increase viewership, by the way. So, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, on the request of Tim Burns to present a little bit more information about the drone program that we have here at the Police Department, I requested Sergeant Leland to provide this report to you. He is he's been in charge of this program for well over a year, and he's actually a certified pilot through the FAA. So I asked Sergeant Leland to present the report.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Bo Leland. I'm a sergeant with the police department, and I'm currently been appointed as the drone program manager. And they're pulling up my PowerPoint right now. So that's the framework for what I'm going to discuss. To begin, the drone program started for us a little bit over a year ago. You know, as a police officer with the city, I subscribe to and I receive emails from lots of different departments about programs that they're installing and programs that they're starting with their departments. And that I had seen UAV program, so unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV programs that have been started at a number of departments. In addition to that, we received as an employee, he's currently a detective, but he had been a police officer at a neighboring agency in another county, and they had seen drones being used in that county quite significantly. And so he submitted a memo through his chain of command, which included me at the time. And so this piqued my interest as well. Those two things combined, along with us being exposed to drone programs through allied agencies that were coming to Hollister and conducting operations on our behalf, allowed us to begin to look at this. So I'm going off of memory now.
You're doing
A little
good
bit
job.
as to what I was going to say. So there were a number of issues that we were running into. In essence, if a person, the Federal Aviation Administration are the ones that govern all the rules of the airspace around the country. So it's not a local ordinance. It's not a state ordinance. It's really a federal issue that, oh, here we go. Now I don't have to remember. I can just go down the list. So the Federal Aviation Administration are the ones that govern all the rules regarding things like unmanned aerial systems in our airspace. So navigating the federal government system as it comes to things like this became an issue. There are a lot of rules that regulated the use of drones in airspace, such as you're not supposed to fly at night, you're not supposed to fly outside a line of sight, you're not supposed to fly over people, and all those things. And so what we were required to do up until about March of this year was submit for what's called a certificate of authorization, which would have allowed us to bypass those rules and request permanent waivers for those rules. Well, as of March 31st, I should say, to back up, as of the one that we were really interested in because of the technology that's available is our ability to fly at night. We were really interested in being able to put the drone up at night because there are certain technological advances that would have made a drone incredibly useful for us at night. Well, as of March of this year, there was a change to the Part 107 rules through the FAA, which allowed us to be able to fly at night without having to submit for a certificate of authorization. So as of March of this year, we basically were able to accelerate our program and submit for Part 107 pilot applications through a testing process that allows us to get people certified and allowed us to basically immediately deploy our drone. There are constitutional considerations when you talk about issues like search and seizure and the viewing of things, which we also researched, and we were satisfied with the results of our research regarding case law from the Supreme Court and other places. So our policy, we have a policy which is included in the agenda packet, but I have copies here if you're interested in me distributing those. But in essence, 613.1 is our policy regarding our use of an unmanned aerial system as it relates to the police department. There are privacy concerns, obviously, from residents of Hollister. They're concerned that we're going to be just flying over people's houses, and we're going to be flying across the landscape, and we're going to be surveilling them from an aerial standpoint. Our policy prohibits that. That's not what the use of the drone is for. We're actually prohibited by our policy from using it for general surveillance activities. So hopefully that mitigates some of the concerns. The other issue that we had was recording storage. So obviously some of the footage that we received from the drone, and I'll go over its uses in a moment with you, but some of the footage is really going to be relatively useless. And our plan moving forward is to delete any useless footage or footage that doesn't relate to a specific crime or investigation. We're not going to retain that footage, so we're not going to continue to store it. Also, all of our flights are logged. They're currently logged through the native program. But as we continue to get more pilots and we continue to do more things with these drones, we're hoping to use a program called Kitty Hawk, which is a free program that we can subscribe to help us to log our flights, when we put it up, where we went, do maintenance logs, and request authorization to fly in airspace, although that's not a huge concern here in Hollister because all the airspace is relatively the same and allows us to fly. But we are logging all of our flights. So the equipment that we ended up procuring is called the DJI Enterprise Dual drone. It was obtained through an RFP. We actually submitted to 3 different places and asked for bids on them, and they all came back at exactly the same dollar amount. So at that point, we just selected one of the vendors and received the drone through them. It's equipped with a thermal camera. So if you look in the bottom left-hand corner of that screen, you can see the thermal image there. What that would do is allow us to pick out heat signatures at night. So if we were searching for a particular person, whether they were a wanted criminal or a missing person, it would allow us to pinpoint those people even at night. There's possibility of continued use through the fire department, being able to use it to find hotspots and fires either during the day or at night. It's got a speaker. We can actually broadcast a message across it. You speak into the remote and it broadcasts a message across the speaker. And then it's got a smart controller. So a lot of the off-the-shelf consumer level drones that you see are you navigate them by hooking your phone up to it. And this one has a controller that has a built-in LCD screen. So we're able to minimize the amount of equipment and allow it to transport from officer to officer so that they don't have to pair their phone with anything. It's a more rapid deployment for the drone at that point. We notified the public that we were going to be doing this just before the 4th of July weekend, which is obviously, as everyone is aware, we received numerous complaints about illegal fireworks over that time and then in the weeks and months afterwards sometimes. We did 16 deployments of the drone on July 2nd and July 3rd. We did 10 on July 2nd and 6 on July 3rd. We weren't able to capture any relevant footage that allowed us to issue citations. And then on July 4th, we did six flights. We were able to do 2 direct citations off the flights. I issued those citations. We were also able to pinpoint 7 other locations that were important for us to go, and we issued 7 citations as a result of that, but that was all done through ground surveillance. The officer who issued those citations witnessed the violation and was able to write the citation, but they were directed to that location by the drone. We did see, it's important to note that on July 2nd and 3rd, having broadcasts that we were going to be using this tool to try and help us with firework enforcement, we saw a drastic reduction in the number of calls that we received regarding illegal fireworks, and we saw a drastic reduction in the number of reported incidents. And so that was significant to us. We felt like the advertisement of our use of this technology to try and help us pinpoint may have either changed the pattern by which people are putting up illegal fireworks, aerial fireworks, or, luckily for us, they assumed that every drone in the air was going to be our drone. And so that may have worked to our advantage as well. We're hoping moving forward into the future, if the efficacy of this program continues to prove itself, we're hoping to hopefully deploy more of these drones in the future to assist in things like fireworks enforcement. But I'll go over the other uses of this technology in just a moment. So the anticipated uses that we're going to have for it is we're going to do this hopefully we're going to do this potentially for suspect searches, meaning that if we were to, let's say, engage a person in a vehicle pursuit and they were to crash or abandon their vehicle and move into the backyard of people's residences, it would help us to pinpoint that person's location. If we get missing person reports, which we get on a fairly regular basis, the types of reports where it's, a child went walking from a home, or maybe a gravely disabled adult is missing from their residence, that we would be able to put this up and search a larger area for that person as they walk down the street, or hopefully be able to pinpoint their location. We'll be working with the fire department moving forward to see if we can use this for fire reconnaissance. We did at one point put up a drone to take some evidence photographs of a fire, and it helped us to pinpoint the location of the fire, the point of origin of the fire on the one that occurred on San Benito Street. It helps with crime scene documentation. One of the hardest things that we have to teach new police officers is how to document a crime scene as a diagram. And this technology would help us in doing that, because we'd be able to place the drone over and take photographs of the scene so we can show the evidence in relation to itself and each other. And then collision investigation and reconstruction. At a recent class I went to, they were using drones to basically, they would video the path of travel of vehicles involved in a collision, and they would do it just after the fact. And in doing so, they were able to capture and preserve the weather conditions, road conditions, lighting conditions, and things like that for evidence reconstruction on major incidents. And the final way that we anticipate using this is for what we call operational overwatch. So we typically utilize the Monterey County Sheriff's Office for SWAT operations, but we conduct a large number of search warrant operations on our own as a police department after going through significant training. We would use this potentially to overwatch a house to see if people are fleeing out the back, and if they are fleeing out the back, which direction they went, where they may be hiding. Also, if there were large demonstrations, it would give us sort of an eye in the sky that we'd be able to safely deploy, so we could check for problems in the crowd, things like that, and other potential uses along those fronts. So now and in the future, I'm currently the only Part 107 pilot that the police department employs. I got it outside of my employment within the police department, but it put me in a position to oversee this program. We have 7 additional pilots that are all going to be taking their test at the middle of August. We've employed a private company to help them prepare for that test. We're hoping to purchase a training drone. This is a relatively expensive piece of equipment, and if it crashes, it's still a relatively expensive piece of equipment that we have to replace. So we're hoping to use a less expensive drone for training. We want to be able to daily deploy these things on patrol, meaning that an officer comes in, they check out their radio, they check out their other equipment, that the certified pilots would also be able to check this out and take it with them. We want to use it as search warrants, which is what we discussed with the operational overwatch. There are programs with tiny little drones that are like the size of this, this clock right here that you can deploy inside of a residence. So that would help get eyes inside the residence without putting officers in potentially into harm's way. And then more capable drones. So this is a very, this technology is perfect for what we're using it for, but there are better cameras and there are better FLIR cameras. And if we, like I said earlier, if we prove the efficacy of this program, we're hoping to be able to use either budgetary funds or whatever funds the council were to decide to potentially get more capable technology in the future with additional equipment. So with that, I would close and say, the biggest thing that I want to assure the council and assure the public is that we would never use, and we will not use this technology to be anywhere that we wouldn't legally be allowed to be anyways. Case law supports that incidental viewing of illegal activity as you fly over it is perfectly legal, but our plan is to use this only in situations that I described above and only in places that we would legally be allowed to be anyways if we were on foot and viewing the area from the ground. So with that, I would ask if there are any questions.
Very interesting. I'm sure there's lots of questions. Mr. Burns, you asked for this presentation, so you go first, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Sergeant, first of all, thank you. I've got one word. I think that it's amazing, the technology to work smarter and safer. And so I support this 100%. I do have a few questions, however. And so if you were to take video, how would a member of our public initiate a public records request to obtain that video? And what is the process for that?
So the only video evidence that we're going to retain is going to be video evidence that pertains to a particular investigation. So it would be booked into our evidence section on a DVD or a USB or whatever media. And then it would have to go through the regular process that any evidence video would have to go through. There are Public Records Act requests that people can submit. They can go to the police department and be in the lobby, meet with our records personnel and submit the request. And then within our policy, it would be released or not released based off of whatever relationship that person has to the incident.
Thank you. I'm wondering what the cost of this device is and who paid for it. How did we fund it?
So I would have to defer to the chief on that.
As far as the exact cost, Bo, how much was
It was roughly $5,000.
Well, yeah, $4,900. Reached out to the city manager earlier this year and told him about the program, and we've spoken about it before. And what we did is we used savings that we had in a particular fund within our existing budget, and he approved the purchase. It was something else that we were going to purchase that we didn't anyway. So he gave us the go ahead to start this, to move forward to the next level of this program.
Thank you, Chief. With regards to the training, will the training of those 7 officers, was that done in-house or was that done in conjunction with a specific authority?
So the training, so it's sort of a 2-stage training. There's a legal requirement that they obtain what's called a Part 107 license, which is the FAA Part 107 test is something that, unless we had a pilot instructor, so somebody who was a manned pilot instructor, really wouldn't be qualified to teach. So for that, we contracted with an online resource that helps them to, it's a series of videos that they watch. They learn about airspace, weight requirements. They learn about how far over structures that they can fly. And once they pass that Part 107 test, what the basics of what that allows is that they're allowed to fly a drone and receive compensation for it, meaning we're allowed to pay them to fly a drone. If they were to fly a drone and be compensated for it through their, an hourly wage through the police department, it would technically be illegal would they not receive this certification. So that's the first step. The second step is going to be, we're going to have to organize training flights for them, which is why I mentioned that less expensive drone that is based on the same technology that they would be able to go out and we would be able to, teach them how to orbit, teach them how to navigate across country, not the whole country, but, across this 200-yard stretch or whatever it may be. So we're going to organize a training program and that'll be done in-house.
Okay. And with regards to any type of yesterday, or I guess it was Sunday, we actually had a little earthquake got my attention, but reminded me about emergency preparedness response. And I was very encouraged by the fact that you were talking about how you could actually use it to make audio comments as well, or announcements. And so have you reached out to the County of San Benito at all to see if there is a role in their disaster response team, or is that a possibility?
That's absolutely a possibility and something that we're looking forward to. This program is still relatively in its infancy in that we have one drone that's capable of doing X, Y, and Z in terms of the number of things that we're doing. As we get more pilots on board and as we get more coverage, because right now we're basically only allowed to fly it when I'm working. As we get more coverage, as we get more pilots, as we hopefully expand the program in terms of the amount of equipment that we have, we would definitely reach out to the search and rescue team through the county and through the other disaster and emergency preparedness resources to let them know that we have it. We have the technology and it's available to them as well.
Do we currently have access to like maybe the CHP helicopter, or maybe the city of San Jose on a high profile event?
We do. As a matter of fact, there was a homicide that occurred on Prospect Avenue several years ago. And in that particular case, I was on duty and we were informed that the suspect in that case had fled over fences into a condominium complex, and we requested the use of the helicopter. An hour and a half later, it arrived on scene. And that's part of this, is that we have technology at our fingertips that allows us to deploy similar technology to that of an air resource like the helicopter from CHP or the Sheriff's Office in Santa Clara County or San Jose PD. We have the ability to deploy that within a minute if we have an officer on scene who's qualified to fly it.
I think this is a great alternative. I've worked in communities where they do have access to helicopters in the jurisdictions, and they certainly have an advantage, but they certainly have some consequences too with that huge spotlight. And, you know, most of them can't hover in one place because they're not powerful enough to do so. And,
right.
And I'm very encouraged. I think this is state-of-the-art technology, and this is, you know, law enforcement 2.0 in my mind, and I think it's really good. The last question or comment I have is for Mr. Epperson. Sir, have you had a chance to review risk as it relates to this, and have you weighed in on that with the police department?
I have not yet. I have not seen the policy or participated with the police department on this matter, but I'm certainly willing to coordinate with them to do so.
I think it'd be helpful to do that because you never know when things happen, and I'd like to make sure that we're as well protected as we can be. Sounds like the police department's done an amazing and an exceptional job.
Sounds
Thank you,
like
sir. Thank you, Sergeant. Appreciate your comments, and thank you, Chief.
I might have Chief answer that too.
Councilmember Burns, just to clarify, our policy is through Lexipol, and it's the same policy that many other cities that have already had the drone program in place are using. So it's been tested up to this point. As always with Lexipol, if there's any changes, any case law that happens, any new laws that are in effect, Lexipol notifies us, and then we adjust our policy to reflect that newest law. And in regards to liability, City Manager, we got additional coverage specifically for the drone, especially in this infancy. We didn't want to risk anything going awry, so we do have additional coverage that will cover the drone. Many of the other cities don't have this coverage, so just to be on the safe side, we went ahead and notified our insurance pool that we had this, and this is their recommendation. So I think that moving forward, we've tried to think of everything that could possibly go wrong and try to mitigate it or try to plan for it. And so far, so good. Bo has done an amazing job. He's an excellent instructor. So he's gotten a lot of these officers that have an interest in this. And like you said, we have 7 more officers that are going through the program. So hopefully it's not just getting the equipment, but having it used to be more efficient and to make some cases out there.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate the clarification, and I'd also like to thank the sergeant. As I understand what he said is he took the training independent on his own, and I think again that speaks to the commitment of the men and women of our police department to best serve our community. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Councilmember Burns, I'd like to add, Lexipol is paid for by our risk pool because of the quality of their policies, and they are vetted very strongly, and it makes the department run that much smoother.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so can this be used as a tool to get like speed limits? Can you get a car speeding? Is it going to be able to be used in traffic violations?
So I think our policy would generally prohibit that. I think that would fall under the general surveillance type activity. It's also, I mean, I think everyone would be happy to know that our policy also prohibits the drone being weaponized. So that's a good thing, I think, for everybody. But
squirt gun.
But I think it would be relatively difficult. This particular drone, contrary to KION's reporting, this particular drone only has a top speed of about 30 miles per hour. They reported 300, which was a bit erroneous, but I think it would be difficult to use it for something like speeding. Also, the only way I think that you'd be able to capture speed with this would be to set up 2 particular points and then use a stopwatch to time a vehicle as it passed from one to the other, which is the definition of a speed trap, which is also illegal under California law. So I think it would be difficult to use it for speeding enforcement.
Okay. No, I was just wondering if don't turn that way. If it had like a radar.
No, this particular is not equipped with a.
Do they come like that?
I haven't seen any that are equipped with radar, and I know that there are signs all over that say speed enforced by aircraft, but there are certain sections of California law that require a police officer to actually be viewing it, not necessarily through a monitor or through something else, but they have to be able to physically see the violation. So when they talk about speed enforced by aircraft, there's actually a CHP spotter who's sitting in the passenger seat and using technology to be able to determine a person's speed, and he's actually the issuing authority in those cases.
Good. Now, I know our vice mayor is a big drone fan, so I'm sure he has a couple comments and questions. I've seen his drone videos. So, Mr. Resendez, you have some comments?
Absolutely. As the mayor stated, I'm a bit of a techie, and I do have a little drone. I have a little mini DJI that I play around with here and there. And I just got a couple quick questions. The infrared that you're talking about, I'm assuming that's available during the daytime, not just nighttime. Is that correct?
Yeah, you can switch back and forth between 3 different views. So there's a full, what we call FLIR, which is forward-looking infrared. There's a full FLIR view. There's a hybrid view with ambient light and regular light. And then there's just a regular, as you've seen on TV, drone video view as well. So you can toggle back and forth between those 3 views.
Okay, and then I heard you say that it had a speaker. I'm wondering if it has a microphone. That way you can have two-way communication. So if you make an announcement, can they reply to you, given your directives or not?
So for this particular model, there is not, but there is technology that allows for that. When you have I could talk forever about all the uses for it, and I did in the chief's office before he approved this. But there are situations where units or police departments or sheriff's offices have used it to communicate with barricaded subjects. They put the drone directly in front of the person's car. Maybe they're barricaded in a car or behind a residential door, and they communicate with the person that way. And it allows us to be able to get our message to them in another way, as opposed to bullhorns or massive speakers or things like that. It does allow us, there is technology that would allow for two-way communication, but this particular drone's not capable of that.
Okay, I'm just thinking that might be useful in that exact situation that you're talking about. If you give them a direction, how are they going to respond to you? You're not going to be able to hear them. So
Right.
Maybe that's just something to consider in the future. I'm wondering how far it goes, and does it have like lighting? Like, can you light up an area with it?
Yeah, so actually the chief and I sort of tested, we on ourselves, which is never a good way to start, but we tested on ourselves the spotlight capability, and we actually found that the spotlight was incredibly bright from an altitude of about 150 feet over in an overwatch capacity. So it does have a spotlight on it. It comes equipped with anti-collision sensors or anti-collision lights if we're going to be using it at night. If you're going to use it after civil twilight or before civil dawn, you have to have anti-collision lights equipped on it, and it does come with that. This was really kind of an all-for-one package that we were able to get that met all of our needs to start with, and we're hoping to prove the program's viability with this drone.
Okay, and then I think you covered it a little bit, but the anti-collision, is that like a sensor that stops it from hitting, let's say, a tree or a telephone wire?
So it's 2 separate systems. So the anti-collision lights are going to be for, technology is amazing. I logged into our system just prior to coming up here, and I learned that there was a helicopter that had landed at Hazel Hawkins Hospital. So we are able to see that there is aircraft in the area. The anti-collision lights are for those aircraft to know that there is a drone that's up in the air, and that this is, they may want to avoid this so that the two don't collide with each other, because I think we can all agree that would be a disaster. But the drone itself has anti-collision technology that's built in. So there are sensors that allow it to tell us that we're moving within a certain, it gives us audible and visual warnings that we're moving into an area where we could collide with things. That doesn't mean that it's going to stop the drone necessarily, but it will give an audible alarm to the operator that there's an impending collision with a fixed object of some kind.
Okay, and that's pretty much it. I just thank you guys. I'm pretty optimistic. Again, I believe in technology and the advancements that we're making. So I applaud you guys for going out and trying something new. If it works, then good. I think this is the future of it's just only going to complement our PD. So thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Perfect. Mr. Leland, I'm going to assume you were pretty busy on the 4th of July flying your drone around town then.
We were, yes.
You had 2 and then another 7 you helped.
Yes.
So that's a pretty good track record you had there on that.
Yeah. So the, the camera on the drone, on this particular drone, the camera is effective at a certain height. It just so happens that that height is also within the aerial range of some of the fireworks that we were up against. So we found that there were kind of, relatively few places that we were able to safely launch it and be able to observe that type of activity. That being said, we did put it down finally because the density of the explosions in air were so unpredictable and so potentially dangerous. I personally didn't want to be responsible for being the guy who flew the thing 6 times and then lost a $5,000 drone. But we were able to use it, as I stated, for 9 overall citations. We were able to do 2 primarily from the drone, and I issued those citations from the drone incident. And then we were also able to guide, and those resulted in 7 other citations.
The reason I'm kind of getting to here is the future of these drones. I'm going to make the assumption also here that probably the technology is leading towards self-launching drones with some response, maybe with shot spotters and those types of things. Are you hearing about that yet, or?
Yeah. So, and I'm going to neglect to mention the name because I'm not 100% sure, but there is a municipal police department down in Southern California, and I met at a recent drone manager program training. I met with them. They have, I believe, 5 locations in town. Like they've employed the top of Target to correlate it to Hollister. It would be like the top of Target, Hollister Super, the other Hollister Super, and maybe one other location. Those drones are auto-launched with any 911 call that comes in. So if the dispatch center receives a 911 call, the drone is auto-launched. There's an operator within the communication center that does that. And that drone, basically using mapping technology, goes directly to the location of the 911 call and basically just sits there. And it does that operational overwatch thing that we talked about. And they've seen enormous success with it. They started using drones very early in drone technology. And so they have a massive system. Each one of their drones costs tens of thousands of dollars, but they've been able to build it up to that point. And I think the technology is certainly there. I think there are a lot of technological issues that we would have to overcome. I think Paul would hate me at the end of this request, but but that's something certainly to look at in the future.
I would, that's kind of what I'm leading to. I think I know it's out there. That's why I brought it up. I would be very in favor of you visiting this department, putting together that bigger plan. I think it's clear the future lies in what's happening here. And if we need to get the drones that can go higher and issue more citations to those on the 4th of July or those that keep doing things that we express over and over they shouldn't be doing, I think it's important. I mean, I've said this, I think everybody's heard me say this over and over. Tools, tools, tools. What tools do you need to make our community safer? I'm sure we're going to be talking to fire department real soon here about their new tool. And it's important. And that's where technology is going. It's taking us there quicker. It's a better response for our community. And I'm, let me tell you this, highly, highly impressed by what you presented tonight.
Thank you.
And all the work you put in to make it happen. And I'm sure the hours you spent with the chief there to explain the whole system. So I'm very happy and thankful for having you in our department.
Oh, thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Do we have any speakers?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Again, thank you so
Yes,
much.
sir.
I'm looking forward to hearing more what you can find from the other department and so on.
Mr. Mayor, the agency he was talking about, Chula Vista Police Department. Chula Vista has a lot of drone footage available that they've shared. Downtown centralized area, high crime area, response immediately by the drone just to watch and then give the information to the officers as they're approaching. And they've been successful in seeing the crime and getting the evidence. Lots of times by the time the officer gets there, people are scattered, witnesses aren't reluctant to come forward. These drones flying straight to that location can be there within a minute or less. And like he said, they've been doing this for years, so they are way ahead of us. I'm not saying that we would have a system or a need for something like Chula Vista, but it's just really interesting to see how they're being very successful with their program.
I think we could use that system, and it's, I'm sure within 5 years, we're going to laugh about this conversation tonight because the world is changing. And I'm already thinking of the parking structure here at City Hall as launch sites. That's why I brought these things up. So thank you very much. All right, it's almost 9 o'clock, so let's take a 10-minute break.
Hey, Brian, this is good. So, seeing you for the first time since your friendship.
Roland, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you.
Here to say 20 minutes. Okay, this time we're gonna resume the meeting, and we're gonna move to item E1, public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amber Cameron, Associate Planner with the Planning Division. Tonight, this item, we are requesting that the council consider rescheduling it for the August 16th, 2021 meeting at 6:30 or as soon thereafter, as the item may be heard. This is due to a conflict with public noticing requirements.
Okay, any questions from council? This time I will open it to public hearing. I need to go through the steps here. Do we have any speakers?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
This time we will close public hearing. Is there a motion to date certain of August 16th, I believe you said?
Is that, I think so.
Correct.
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Aye.
Mayor Velasquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now move to item E2.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have Selena from Integrated Waste to talk about this item.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Selena Stotler. I am your manager for the San Benito County Integrated Waste Management Regional Agency Program. For today's public hearing, I will be providing some background on the rate setting process. I did have a presentation prepared. The rate setting process for the contractually obligated annual rate adjustment is defined in the Recology Franchise Agreement, Article 9, Contractors' Compensation and Rate Setting. There we go. The rate adjustment calculations are performed in conformance to procedures described in Attachment E of the franchise agreement, and the annual rate adjustment is based on the prescribed index-based methodology outlined in the agreement. It takes into account consumer price index, fuel index, as well as disposal and processing cost. And Carl Minnie, South Bay Region Controller, and Phil Couche, San Benito County General Manager with Recology, as well as Shauna McCracken back here, Zero Waste Manager, are all available to answer any specific questions regarding that methodology. At the May 17th City Council meeting, the City Council approved the issuance of the notice public hearing, and notices were mailed out on the 25th of May to Hollister ratepayers. This notice of public hearing provides ratepayers advance notice and an opportunity to file a formal protest regarding new solid waste rates. If a majority protest is received, or in the case of Hollister, 5,075 written protests submitted to the city clerk, the City Council could not increase the rates, and rates would remain unchanged. That being said, a total of 100 protests were received, and the City Council would approve adoption of the solid waste rates per the franchise agreement. The proposed maximum allowable rates of 5% were included in the notice. However, for the July 1st, 2021 adjustment, the rate adjustment is actually lower and at 4.5%. This rate shown on the screen right now is the monthly rates for the 4 most common residential service levels for single-family homes in Hollister. The garbage service levels are inclusive of garbage, recycling, organics collection by Recology, and special curbside programs like twice a year bulky item collection, motor oil recycling, battery recycling, and more. Residents also have access to free recycling events like environmental days, which include a compost giveaway, paper shredding, and electronic e-waste recycling. You can see a household with a 20-gallon cart container, garbage service that's inclusive again of organics and recycling collection, as well as all of those programs I just mentioned, would see a monthly increase of $1.23. And a household with a 96-gallon container would see an increase of $3.78. 56% of residents in Hollister have a 32-gallon garbage service or smaller, and would see a $1.45 monthly increase or less. And then this rate table shows the monthly rate of common service levels for Recology businesses and multifamily dwelling customers in Hollister. You'll see an apartment complex or business customer with a 96-gallon garbage service level inclusive of recycling collection, but not organics, would see a monthly increase of $3.78, while a commercial customer with a 4-yard dumpster would see a monthly increase of $18.06. And this is the organics collection. A commercial customer with a 96-gallon garbage or green cart service would see a monthly increase of $2.29. And then a 2-yard green bin dumpster for comparison would see a monthly increase of $7.01. So we did want to talk just a little bit about the low income rate promotion. Over the past year, Recology and your IWM staff have made significant efforts to increase awareness and promotion of the Recology low income rate program. And we created this or bilingual flyer you see here and distributed at locations across the county, such as the Community Food Bank, Public Library, community bulletin boards, laundromats, and more. And then a new website detailing who is eligible and how to apply is available on the Recology San Benito County website. The program is listed on the home page, the new webpage described in the last slide, as well as the rates page. And we also have it on our county website. To qualify for the program, a resident in the household must already be enrolled in AT&T's Lifeline program, PG&E's CARE program, or another comparative low-income program. We continue to promote this program through Recology's newsletters and bill inserts. And then lastly, on every, from here moving forward, every Recology bill that resident customers receive will have the information detailed on their bill inserts, or sorry, their billing. And again, we are all here to answer your questions, some of us here in person, some of us on Zoom. Starting next year in 2022 through 2025, the notification process to ratepayers regarding the annual rate adjustment process will be modified due to the contractual obligation of the annual rate adjustment. The new notification process will include a letter to ratepayers from Recology San Benito County about the rate adjustment effective July 1st every year, and the current process of including a public hearing regarding the rate adjustment will cease. Thank you, and
Thank
public
you.
hearing.
Do you have any questions, Council?
I do, Mayor.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you have a approximate number of the gross increase in income as a result of the rate increase based on the number of clients or customers you serve? I guess what I'm trying to say is, with this increase, how much more money will Recology actually be paid on a monthly basis based on the number of clients that you serve in Hollister?
Yeah, I don't have those numbers available right in front of me. But again, this is based on, it's covering their cost of programming. Fuel prices go up, the processing of recycling goes up. So I would imagine it stays kind of consistent. And it maybe Phil or Carl can chime in.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Yeah, this is Phil Couchet, General Manager. So these costs are index-based, and they are based upon published by the U.S. government, Bureau of Labor Statistics. So they pretty much match the increased costs that we face, as a company. They're based upon fuel, the CPI index, and then one of the components is the disposal. And one of the phenomena of last year's COVID activity was that there was a pretty significant impact on the increased disposal tons that went to the landfill. And so a portion of this increase is based upon those increased tons that we've essentially already paid for. And one note that if because everyone was at home, and if everyone goes back to work and doesn't stay at home, there is a possibility, and it has happened in the past, that that number will go down. We have over the years used a CPI index to adjust our rates annually, and there are historical records of rates going down. So next year, if the disposal tons go down, then that portion of the calculation will go down.
Thank
So
you,
it
Mr. Couchet.
will remain to be seen.
Yeah, and I'll add, we recently launched a Recycle Right campaign. We're trying to encourage residents to put the thing in the right container, right? The recyclables go in recycling, garbage goes in garbage, and so on. And these are really efforts to help, as Phil mentioned, decrease that disposal cost or the disposal rates, and improve our recycling so that these rates aren't going up as much as we've been seeing.
Thanks. How many low-income families have applied for the reduced rates?
Phil, do you have those number available, or perhaps Shauna?
The low income rate,
Yeah, how many residents have applied? Or
I don't have the exact number. I will say that over the last 6 to 8 months that we've done, if we want to call it a media blitz, that has advertised in multiple, as Selena had indicated, avenues that low income rate is available, and in anyone that is eligible for the PG&E Lifeline rate or a similar PG&E rate is eligible for it, and simply has to show us that the documentation, and then we will grant the low income rate. So
Thank you, sir.
I don't have the exact number. I'm sorry.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Did you have a question, Mr. Perez? Go ahead, Vice Mayor Resendez.
Thank you. Just one quick question, Selena. Do you know if they're advertising the low income through the San Bernardino County Community Services and Workforce Development?
we are not at that time, but that is a great recommendation, and we will get on that next week or this week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, sir? Mr. Resendez, do you have any other questions?
That's all. Thank you.
I do have a few questions, and I understand there's increases. I'd like to see the backup to show why those increases. It's great to say fuel went up and there's a percentage. Okay, show me each category. I mean, I think that would have helped us quite a bit understand how it got to this number. To say we've seen an increase in waste, well, that's kind of something this industry should already have figured out. You have so many cans out there, you have so much waste. If there's more waste coming from a residence, I'm sure you're charging for a second trip. I don't really buy that one that well, and I think it's not helping the case here. I'm missing numbers is what I'm trying to say.
Sure.
I'm missing numbers, and I think it's very important that those numbers are clear to the public, the percentage of fuel or any other charge that came into the equation to get to this point. Because if the allowable increase is 5%, and each year you come in at, well, we're at 4.5, so we're under it, that's great. Well, no, that's not great for the public. It's when you come to us and tell us it's 2%, we can understand that. But it's a big number. It's a big number overall. So having that documentation or the something to back it all up is very helpful. Somebody like me, I want to see numbers.
Yes, and
I don't see them.
yes, we do. Recology, per the franchise agreement, needs to submit the rate application, which outlines all of those different methodology. And that is supposed to be submitted to us by, and when I say us, Integrated Waste Management, by April 1st. And that's reviewed by our contracting staff, myself. We have meetings with the city managers, the RMA, but we can also provide it to
any electeds. I know one of our Board of Supervisors asked to review it himself, found no errors, had questions. We discussed them together, and that can definitely be an option moving forward. And then I think I didn't explain well the disposal cost. And so when you put anything in your recycling bin, let's say you're putting 50% contaminated items, that goes to a different recycling facility not owned by Recology. Our recycling is being taken to the Marina Materials Recovery Facility owned by a different agency. And then it gets processed. There's X amount of contamination. Our contamination rose within a year by, I think it was 12% or 10%. And so that is typically a contributing factor. The contamination adds to it, but then also that has to be disposed of. So it just went a whole separate route, right, to get disposed of. And that increases the cost too. So Recology absorbs that cost, or doesn't absorb it, but then they have to put that onto the customers, if that makes sense.
It does, but that's the point I'm getting to is the more information you share with the public early on, the more we're willing to accept some of these things. If it's after the fact, if this contamination is happening, I know you're trying to make an effort now to curb some of that, but these kind of things need to be brought out early enough to say, hey, look, public, if you avoid this, we can keep these rates down. And here's the percentages of the increase for this year. It's more clarity, more transparency as far as the numbers and why it happened. Because you can make that argument, but then people are going to say, well, what are we doing wrong? Why are we being punished for this? Or the larger loads, making sure that the public here is using those instead of dumping it at the river. We had this happen again. Tires and so on being dumped at the river over and over again when your firm has a program set up to allow people to do some of these things at no cost. But we need help. We need the public to understand what you're doing, but we need your help to really get it out to the public, is what I'm trying to express to you. I understand the contractual obligations. I was fine with that originally, but without backup numbers, I have a problem. The public has a problem. And then we're sitting in this situation year after year, and we shouldn't have to go through this with you guys. And again, I'm not blaming you. I'm just pointing out ways to make it easier for the public. And Phil and I have had many conversations over the years. It's just, we understand these numbers, especially you guys, but the public doesn't. And they need clarity on it. Thank you.
Actually, real quick. So you said when, so I throw something wrong into my recycling bin, and that whole truckload has to go someplace else now?
So right now, the garbage is being eventually disposed at John Smith Landfill, right? It goes to Recology's transfer station in Gilroy or Morgan Hill? For the garbage.
The recycling, I believe.
Well, I was just going to go through each cart, but I could start with recycling.
Whatever.
So then our recycling carts go straight to Marina Materials Recovery Facility for sorting, processing. And then again, any contamination is taken out, sorted, and anything above 10% is additional cost to Recology and then to our customers. And we're at 34%, I believe, contamination, which grew from 25% a year ago.
Wow.
So may I comment?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just interesting enough, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned the fuel specifically, and historically that's been a volatile number from year to year, and in years past, it's the driving factor that has caused rates to decrease over year to year, and in fact, in this year's rate application, fuel did go down. And it did lower the rate adjustment by a negative number, meaning that it caused the rates to reduce less. So, and this is a federally published number. So this isn't a number that comes from us. This is a number that's published by the federal government. So, this year's rate adjustment was benefited by the lower fuel costs.
Correct. And again, Phil, that I appreciate that. But again, if we're having a conversation about lower fuel costs, but we're having a conversation about increasing rates, you could see why the public gets confused. Then we have another conversation about contamination at 35%, which is 20% or 25% over the agreed upon rate that you're taking over at Marina. Great. Why? How does the public help you? And what are the other categories? So they understand that by having this contaminated recycling that was going on, we're going to see increases. So again, it's just the whole picture is all I'm asking for. What percentages for the fuel, for all these other categories, if we're clear on that up front, it helps the public understand it. It's what I'm pointing out.
Yeah, understood.
And I'm well aware next year, it's obviously the fuel's going to be higher. So we're going to be having to flip conversation.
We don't know. We don't know yet.
Not yet, I know. All right, thank you. Any other questions from council? At this time, we'll open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Carl Meny. Carl, unmute yourself, please.
Sorry, I just raised my hand because I thought I needed to jump in earlier. Phil covered it. Thank you.
Carl's our controller.
Thank you, sir.
I have no other speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public hearing. Any other comments from council? Is there a motion from council?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you, everyone, for your work, and please help us next year and keep getting that information out.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item E3.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Maria. I'm the Cannabis Affairs Manager for the City of Hollister. The item before you tonight is for the approval of a cannabis use permit and development agreement number 2021-01 for Hollister Alchemy, and it's to operate a cannabis manufacturing facility at 1971 Airway Drive. The project is approximately will be housed in a 15-acre parcel at 1971 Airway Drive, as I mentioned earlier. It is within the Airport Support Zoning District. It is a developed property with several unoccupied buildings, of which Hollister Alchemy plans to occupy 7,100 square feet, more or less, as stated in the tenant's lease. No additional development is being proposed at this time. Hollister Alchemy is only proposing facility renovations to ensure compliance with fire, police, and building requirements. Once or if tonight is the desire of the council to approve the item, the staff will release local authorization to the state, and Hollister Alchemy will be able to apply for a Type 7 cannabis manufacturing license, which means they will be using volatile solvents. They are proposing hours of operation will be Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and kick off their operations with about 5 employees. The City of Hollister Municipal Code requires a cannabis facility to be located at least 600 feet from any school in a minimum of 150-foot requirement distance from a confirming residential use, residential institution, or a licensed rehabilitation facility. The proposed business site is not located within 600 feet of any school, residential use, religious institution, or a rehab facility. This approval will allow the applicant to commence operations contingent upon all the conditions of approval being met, and they're all listed in the resolution that was presented to you with the report. With that said, staff tonight is recommending the city council hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the cannabis conditional use permit and development agreement 2021 for Hollister Alchemy. And I'm here to answer any regulatory questions council might have. And the applicant, I believe, is still, they're still here, and they will be answering any business-specific questions, if any.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, sir. Have our police and our fire departments weighed in on this at this time?
Yes.
And I know we have representatives from both present, but what has their responses been?
They are okay with, so before I bring the item to the council, we hold because of due to COVID, we haven't been able to meet. But what I do is we have a cannabis review committee, and I present the application with all the backup to them. If there are any issues that they see beyond what we require, we discuss them. And obviously I wouldn't be before the council tonight presenting the item. Once they are approved, they have the conditions, and it gives our fire and police more assurance and to come in and schedule inspections on all of the items that they require. Like I said, so far, the police department representative, Officer Wells, thank you. And I have discussed, and he doesn't have an issue so far. And then I've also talked to Chief Badola, who is present here as well, and we've all working to bring this forward. And obviously, if any of those conditions fail, or if the applicant fails to meet any of those conditions, they will not get their license. So we have a few hammers.
Thank you. You used a word that attracted my attention. You said they were going to use a volatile process.
Mhm.
What does that mean?
They will be using volatile solvents to conduct their operations. I believe, and like I said, they're here, but according to their application, they're going to be using, they will be extracting biomass, which will be processed through hydrocarbon extractions using butane, isobutane, and propane.
I'd like our fire chief to maybe speak to that with more specifics. I'm really concerned about the risk, and I'm sure I'm probably overly cautious, but as our subject matter expert, chief, if you could talk to us, please.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am Charlie Bedoya. I am your acting fire chief, and we usually don't even talk to them until they get their licenses, because we've had a lot of wasted time prior to that. So we'd rather get to this point and then start working on them. And then once we go from there, but we do kind of do a pre-zone meeting where we do talk about the facility. So the facility they're at is actually an explosives, the old Life Spark. So it's really made for that. It's like the best facility for them to do it. And as well as, when we talk about the volatile extraction, they're using that mix of the propane, which is, they need to be able to do that, but there's safety measures in place. It's intrinsically safe. It's unmanned, right?
Well, the electronics would be explosion proof. So they would meet C1D1 requirements or intrinsically safe requirements for usage of electronics in a hazardous area like that.
And we do have a few of those facilities here already. We have 3 of those facilities that are already up and running in the town already. So there has been one accident at one of the first facilities that we did have. We did make some adjustments to improve on that, so that accident wouldn't happen again.
Thank you, chief. And its location out near the airport, that doesn't create any challenges for the airport?
No, everything, I think everything it's going, it blasts away, and it's even has a blast bunker away from the airport. I mean, they were testing canopies and everything like that towards the other place, and seatbelt, airbag initiators there prior to that. So there would probably be a lot more then than there will be now.
Thank you, chief. I appreciate it.
You got it. Thank you.
That's good. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions from council?
No, I did talk to the gentleman just real quick earlier, introducing himself. I have been there, and I have seen how I've been to Life Spark before and to Alchemy before. It is totally blow-proof, totally safe.
Okay, this time we'll open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Graham Shaw. I'm sorry, Graham Shaw.
Hello, I'm actually I'm a member, I'm owner of Hollister Alchemy, and I just was unfortunately unable to make it today. So I just tapped in to make myself available to any questions.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Have any other speakers?
I have no other speakers, Mr. Mayor.
This time we'll close public hearing. Is there any other questions from council? Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion
Second.
and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now move to item F1.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This agenda item is in regard to the approval of the supplemental analysis to the San Felipe Road Corridor Study prepared by Rick Engineering Company. The purpose of the analysis is to evaluate and provide recommendations for intersection control alternatives along San Felipe Road between Highway 25 and Santa Ana Road. The study looked at near and long-term traffic conditions and operations, as well as traffic volumes based on existing and possible future projects. Rick Engineering has prepared a presentation in order to provide City Council with details regarding the recommendations for intersection control alternatives. Nate Strong is online and ready to present.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Thanks for having me. My name is Nate Strong. I appreciate you accommodating me remotely presenting tonight. And looking forward to sharing our study and then the results and answering questions that you might have about it. So I think the presentation is being managed at your office. Let's go next slide. The study corridor that we looked at is San Felipe Road between Santa Ana Road at the south and State Route 25 to the north, including intersections at Santa Ana, Maple Street, Flora, Gateway Drive, Pacific Way extension, which I'll get to in a moment, and the intersection at State Route 25. One click, please. So the study evaluated the potential development of the Chapel Road area specific plan in olive green there, that largest area. A lighter green via proposed development there, right adjacent to San Felipe Road, south of SR 25, and then development at the southwest corner of State Route 25 and San Felipe Road, shown in blue. Next click. And then, so as part of the Chapel Road specific plan, there's a proposal to extend Pacific Way to intersect San Felipe Road. So we evaluated the new intersection that would be created there. Next slide. And each of the three intersections and Gateway Drive has a prior analysis that started back in 2018 with Rick Engineering. And this has grown into a corridor-wide study and more specifically looking at the Pacific Way as a major feeder into these larger developments, higher volumes gateway into the city via San Felipe Road. And so the report develops some recommendations and timing based on development thresholds for future development. Next slide. A little bit of background, I'll go over these quickly. TJKM prepared a report for San Benito Street, which becomes San Felipe Road, included up to State Route 25. That was reviewed and consulted where possible. We've got the environmental impact report for the Chapel Road project, and then area plans, the city, the San Benito COG, a regional travel demand model from Association of Monterey Bay area governments, and prior studies by Rick Engineering. So real briefly on how we go about the study, we start with taking counts. So here's, you can see we do both segments. There's 17,100 average daily traffic on San Felipe Road, just south of State Route 25. And we look at each turning movement, how many trips there are on the AM and PM peak hours. Next click, please. And we perform a forecast on those trips using the regional model I mentioned on the prior slide from AMBAG. And this region is looking at a 3% growth per year, which is pretty high. So the numbers, as we look into the future on the operations of these intersections and road segments, are affected by the growth estimates. And then as part of our analysis, we look at multiple intersection control options, including roundabouts. And I'll get into that a little bit more on the next slide. But we do level of service analysis for both signalized and roundabout control. And don't want to scare you here with this table, but this is the summary of generated trips by each of the larger developments. The one on the big table on the top is the Chapel Road project, and the one on the bottom is the southwest corner blue, as we saw on the first slide. And the key number on that, if you wouldn't mind going back, is the 1,200 PM peak hour trips from Chapel Road, and about a similar, 1,188 PM peak hour from the southwest corner. But we don't need to get lost in these numbers, but I might refer back to them. Next slide. And so crunching all the numbers, this is the summary of level of service at each intersection listed on the left side, going south from State Route 25 through. We did show a secondary driveway. You'll see that on the layouts in the upcoming slides. That is just a right-in only. So there's no level of service on that one. And then Pacific Way and Gateway. And for the purposes of this supplemental analysis, we did not reevaluate Flora and Maple and Santa Ana. Those are in the 2019 report, which showed that they are forecast to operate with deficiencies, but they're not covered in the supplemental analysis. On this summary, you can see the right half of the table is long-term condition, future forecast conditions with roundabouts, and it's forecast that not only State Route 25 is unable to be served adequately by roundabout configuration. We looked at a triple lane roundabout, and it resulted in level of service F. So we found that to be not feasible. And similarly at Pacific Way in the PM peak hour, roundabouts did not adequately handle the traffic volumes that we're looking at. On the middle portion of the table, you can see the traffic signals alternative, and the key line is intersection 3 below where it says with improvement. So we've got additional turn lanes and signal coordination and timing. And so the level of service is the delta forecast for that intersection. But otherwise, see or better with the exception of PM peak hour at State Route 25. But the improvements improve the condition from level of service F, which would be expected otherwise. All right, next slide. So I mentioned earlier, we developed some development thresholds. So the methodology employed was to look at the number of trips generated out of the development. So what the city would expect to see, their engineering and planning department would get traffic studies for phased implementation, the residential component of Chapel Road, or the big box large commercial, or the small commercial retail. And as those proposals come in, the traffic study should provide the city with projected peak hour trip generations from those developments. And so with this long table, and I'm going to let the pictures do the talking on the next slides, but just showing you the thresholds that we established that would be used to orderly construct the level of improvements that we've identified needed to maintain at least level of service D. And these are broken up into the 3 intersections. You can see the largest number of improvements are needed at Pacific Way, in the middle there. And I'll go to the next slide, and then we can look at the layouts. So with the very first unit of the project, and assuming that Chapel Road comes first, and those, you can see the 4-lot drive-through kind of proposal. I think those are anticipated to be the most, near term. So with any first unit, what I've identified is if we do one click, we'll have a signal at Gateway Drive. Click once, please. Is it not animating? There we go. And there's some curb and gutter associated with that, signal poles, obviously, and potentially storm drain. There's a ditch on the east side of the road that, there are other improvements than just the signal, but I'll leave that up to city staff to determine the appropriate level of condition for the project. And then next click, signalize Pacific Way in its ultimate configuration, and we'll get to that more on later slides. But at the near term, we can see the construction of the curb returns, accessible ramps at each corner, connecting to existing sidewalks on the west side by the auto dealership. And next click, we've got frontage improvements for the development itself, which is pretty standard. So that would tie into the State Route 25 curb return at their signal. You can see that's connecting to that sidewalk, and providing sidewalk and bike lane along the frontage and the new Pacific Way frontage. And then at the 750 trip threshold, we can go ahead and go into the first. I think there's only one improvement on this, and it's adding a second right turn lane on eastbound State Route 25. And that shifts, let's go back to that if you don't mind. That shifts, it widens the road. There's a future improvement to add a second westbound left turn lane. So this is being constructed in a location that allows the future shift because of that widening on the east side intersection. You'll see that later. So that's the condition at 750 trips. Next slide. At 1,000 trips, we're assuming that the interior of Chapel Road is developing. So the median on Pacific Way is closed off at that first intersection. We want to have a good separation between intersections, so that directs traffic further into the project. And a second left turn lane on southbound San Felipe Road, and that necessitates reconstruction of the median. And then you've got 2 eastbound lanes on Pacific Way receiving those 2 southbound lefts. I think we have another improvement for this phase. No, that was it. At 1,500 trips, this is the last phase. So this is the layout as fully developed. And we can go through each of the improvements here one at a time. Go ahead and click once, please. There's that second left turn lane on westbound State Route 25 I was mentioning. So that shifts the eastbound lanes to the south, and now they're lining up. You can see that the veining on the prior slide is not there, so the lanes line up. Okay, let's go to the next improvement. Right turn into that development on the southwest corner. Next improvement. Let's go. Now we've got frontage improvements on San Felipe Road and providing a dedicated right turn lane onto eastbound Pacific Way. And this requires, there's 2 parcels affected. There's some right-of-way acquisition there, and then the frontage improvements, curb gutter, sidewalk, driveways, things of that nature for that. And then a second left turn lane into the southwest development and median construction for that. And finally, at Gateway Drive, the traffic study indicated that a 3rd through lane is necessitated, and there's width for it as you approach the intersection. It's currently a exclusive right turn lane, so convert that right turn lane into a through right, and on the far side of the intersection, merge back over a sufficient distance into back to 2 lanes south of the intersection. I think that was all, and tried to keep this brief. I know it's getting late, so conclude my report, and any questions?
Thank you. Questions from council? Councilmember Burns? Thank you, Mayor. In looking at the recommendation is that council accept the report and then authorize implementation of the report recommendations. And so this may be more appropriate to the city manager, but as it relates to the report itself, were current or a collision history factored into the recommendations based on your forecast, or was it just the trips that generated the recommendation?
This supplemental analysis was just the trips. The earlier studies that we had done factored in benefit cost analysis. This was at Gateway Drive and San Felipe. And so we did the cost, we monetized collision cost and analyzed the cost of improvements versus the cost of collisions. And that study resulted in that the benefit cost ratio was higher for a signal at that time.
Thank you. Do we know, city manager, what to take and implement these recommendations? What's the bottom line cost to do it all? And I presume it would be in a phased approach, as I thought I heard, but the funding source or stream to pay for all these things?
Oh, that's a Coral answer that.
So the proposed developments are it is proposed that they're going to pay for it. And per the report or the study, some of the first developer to develop is responsible for completing almost pretty much everything except for the last, items that were based on trips. So they're pretty much responsible for constructing and building out most of the improvements. And there will be some sort of agreement where they will be collecting money back as other parcels develop. So they'll be kind of getting paid back for their expenses.
Thank you. Appreciate the info. Councilor Perez, do you have any questions? Vice Mayor Resendez, do you have any questions?
No, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. I do have a few comments, and this is the 1,500 trips, 1,000 trips. This is when the housing really is kicking in, correct? It's not so much from the retail, it's from the housing.
Nate, would you be able to confirm that?
Yeah, just one moment. I'll refer back to the table of trip gen. And yeah, the single family is the large contributor. It's 800 peak hour trips in PM
And
of the 1,200. So it's about 66% of the trips.
Thank you. Are we offsetting a portion of that by going on to Santa Ana from Chappelle to Santa Ana and then east to Highway 25, or what is the plan on that part to try to keep some of that traffic from all having to go out in that direction?
Yeah, the network that's proposed by the road network that's proposed by Chapel Development does include connection to Santa Ana, and we perform the trip distribution, an expected trip distribution from the development to utilize those connections. So the results you see are a function of the trip distribution that we applied. And I did not summarize that, I apologize, but it did account for trips going out via Santa Ana.
Perfect, thank you. The only concern I had was the widening, I think you said southbound of 3 lanes. I want to make sure this corridor here, San Felipe, from the downtown to the airport, we have dedicated bike lanes or a way for some of our residents to hopefully eventually bike to work as we start really pushing for our commercial industrial area to develop. And I don't want to lose, I want to make sure we're planning for that so we're not squeezing them into an area, something that's protected, obviously something that looks good, to really encourage our community to start biking if possible to work. If we're using that 3rd lane, I think we might be taking away some of that. Have you considered that in your, I know you had some bike lanes in there.
but how would that affect it?
There's room for class 2 bike lanes unbuffered with the the current configuration, which has the exclusive right turn lane, and then the future condition, which converts that into a through or right turn lane. I agree with you. The ideally, this type of facility would provide a high traffic stress environment for a cyclist. And I applaud that the council, you've made other measures with your bike and ped plans that, look at class 4 and separated facilities. So I would, as a occasional cyclist, encourage that. And as, clean air advocate, and, we can't build our way with lanes out of everything. Advocate, encourage, maybe the council would accept a lower level of service to provide protected bike lane facilities on this corridor.
And that's something we would work on here at the city, or through your plans?
Yeah, we could reevaluate the 2-lane. I mean, we have that configuration. It's the unimproved configuration. Basically, we could come back to the council if needed with the expected level of service without that third through lane.
Thank you. I think it's very important for our future that we really plan to have protected bike lanes throughout the city, so our residents can start to use them and feel safe about it. So I think that's an important part of what we're planning in the general plan. And I think it's, as you point out, you just can't keep building wider and wider lanes. It's it never seems to work in the end. It just becomes more and more traffic. So if we can incorporate that, protected bike lanes, and make sure we're creating something that's obviously beautiful for our community, protected, safe, and yet try to get some of that flow out. So thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. If we can work with some of these recommendations that we just talked about, or how does this work from this point?
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll work them in.
We'll make this one work. Be beautiful and be safe, right?
Correct.
All right. With that, is there a motion from the council?
I kind of like the name,
Which name?
name of the company, Rick.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
I'll second that.
Make a motion. There's a motion. There's a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember
With
Perez?
the protected bike lanes we're
Yeah,
talking about.
absolutely, with the protected bike lanes.
So amended to add.
Amended with protected bike lanes. Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're going to move to F2 and hear about our road condition study we've all been waiting for.
Yes, good evening, Mark
Mr.
Doggo,
Mayor?
acting.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, before we continue.
Oh, we're at 10 o'clock. We're at 10 o'clock. Is there a consensus from the council to continue?
Yes.
Yes. There's consensus. Thank you for alerting me to that.
Excellent. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Mark Doggo, acting city engineer. This resolution will approve the pavement condition evaluation report prepared by Kimley Horn and Associates and authorize implementation of the report to inform future pavement rehabilitation projects. The staff's recommendation is the council receive a presentation by Tim Miller of Kimley Horn, who conducted the report, and adopt a resolution approving the report and authorizing implementation. So at this point, I will turn it over to Tim Miller.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Great, thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for giving me this time to present on a recent pavement condition assessment study that we conducted for the city of Hollister. My name is Tim Miller, and I'm a pavement engineer with Kimley Horn. And so I look forward to sharing these results with you and answering any questions you may have. Next slide, please. So to give you a quick overview of the presentation, I'll briefly touch on some of our high-level pavement management goals. What are we really trying to achieve with this study? I'll talk about the city's roadway inventory, how big it is in terms of mileage, what are we looking at in terms of surface type, how many distinct roadway sections are there. I'll then go through the network conditions and the results of the study. And finally, I will discuss some of the next steps in how we can put this data to work and put it to good use for the city. Next slide. So to provide a quick overview of the study, we assessed approximately 128 centerline miles of city-owned streets and alleys. The evaluation took part in 2 phases. The first phase involved the collection of a video log with those results reported online through an online platform. In the second phase, we conducted a visual validation using trained pavement engineers and raters to validate those results and to generate what's called the pavement condition index value. So if you're familiar with previous reports, the PCI value is a value ranging from 100 to 0, with a score of 100 representing a new road with no defects, and a 0 representing a road that has completely failed with a lot of cracking, potholes, and other issues. And so it's really the PCI, or the pavement condition index, that is the industry standard method for representing these pavement conditions. And so that's what you'll see represented throughout the report. Next slide. So broadly, what are we looking to do here? Well, we're really trying to keep the good roads in good condition. And what that ends up doing for us is it ends up allowing us to stretch our dollars further. And so by conducting this assessment, we're not only able to rate each of the pavement sections according to their condition, but we can start to strategize and prioritize which sections of road should we work on next. As with a car or a house or any asset of value, if we don't perform routine preventive maintenance, if we don't take our car in for an oil change, we're going to have bigger problems with the transmission and the engine down the road. The same is true with roads. If we don't do the crack sealing, if we don't do some of the preventive maintenance up front, those roadway conditions deteriorate to the point where we're left with very expensive strategies to fix those portions of the road. So we're looking to transition from maybe a worst first mentality, where we're looking at the worst roads first, to really spreading that money around and spreading that budget around, so we can not only treat some of those poor sections, but also maintain the roads that we have and to keep them in a good condition. So overall, the goal is to be selective in choosing those treatments and really choosing the right treatment for the right roadway segment at the right time. And the data collected in this study provides us with the information to make that informed decision making. Next slide, please. So if we look at the Hollister roadway network, I mentioned that there's approximately 128 centerline miles. That equates to over 1,600 different pavement segments. Of those 1,600 or so segments, there's approximately 70 that are private. Those 70 private segments were a part of the inventory, but they were not evaluated as a part of this study. The segments that were evaluated included over 1,500 asphalt concrete segments, or AC segments, and 15 concrete or Portland cement concrete segments. And so these segments are typically, they typically go from block to block or intersection to intersection. And so that's how the ratings are generated on that block to block basis. Next slide, please. So it's the pavement condition data that ultimately leads to the roadway maintenance and repair plans that you all are familiar with. And so with this hybrid approach, in conducting both the video log and the boots on the ground or more intensive PCI type survey, we were able to generate PCI values. Those values are generated based on the distress type, the severity, and the extent within that pavement section. So as you may know, not all distresses are created equal. Not all cracks are the same. Some are bigger, some are smaller, some are very localized, others are extensive throughout the section. And so all of these factors play into that generation of the PCI value. If you could go to the next slide, you'll see an example of what that online viewing platform looks like. And so members of the council and members of the city are encouraged to review some of the results there and look at the image log and the video log for that assessment. It's a very intuitive interface. Some of you may be familiar with it. And so I would encourage you to look at that at your convenience. If we go to the next slide, though, we'll see the results of the actual PCI assessment. And so we've broken that scale of 0 to 100 down into several condition categories. And so based on that PCI value, we're able to assign an overall condition of good, satisfactory, fair, poor, and on down the line. And so you can see in this image here, we've created an exhibit based in GIS that has all of that condition information embedded within each of the segments. So you can quickly identify where potentially those problem areas are, where some of the newer roads are that are in better condition, and really everything in between. So we've got a full view of conditions across the network, and this information then allows us to dive a little bit deeper into those appropriate repair recommendations. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see how the network breaks out overall. The Hollister network is at a PCI of 74, so that would be considered satisfactory. Of the roads within Hollister, approximately 42% are good or better, good or excellent. 77 are fair or better, and only 23%, or about a quarter of the roads, are in that poor or worse condition. So what this distribution of conditions represents is really the range of conditions means that we need a range of treatments. There's no silver bullet. There's no single method that's going to allow us to maintain and repair the roads. We really need a mix of fixes ranging from least costly things like rejuvenators and surface treatments to more costly things like mill and overlay and reconstruction. And so the challenge becomes balancing some of those preventive strategies with the more intensive and more expensive rehabilitation and reconstruction strategies. If you go to the next slide, we can briefly look at the range of distresses that are present within the asphalt pavement. Many of these distresses you'll see along the bottom here. We've got different distresses. The blue distresses are less concerning. In general, those are related to the environment. The pavement is really just wearing out over time. And so we would expect this amongst most segments to have some form of cracking, some surface defects, that type of thing. What I'd like to draw your attention to, though, is the red bars where we've got what we call alligator or fatigue cracking and potholes. These are structural distresses. So there's more of an issue with the sections that have the alligator cracking and the potholes, meaning that there's typically a base failure issue or there's some underlying subsurface issues that are contributing to that score. And so when we have these types of distresses, we're typically looking at doing some more intensive types of treatments to remedy those repairs. The last thing we want to do as pavement engineers is come up with an inappropriate treatment. Let's say it's a mill and overlay where we don't necessarily fix the underlying subgrade issues. We don't fix those issues up front, that those cracks are going to come back year over year and cause the pavement to fail prematurely. And so with this distribution, you can see that less than half of the sections of roadway actually have this structural cracking, but in terms of coming up with those repair recommendations, that's definitely something that we would consider looking at in more detail. If you go to the next slide, you'll see a similar summary for the concrete or the PCC sections. And so I will draw your attention to the fact that there are very few concrete sections in general. There's only 15 across the entire network. And so while we do have some of these more severe structural issues with the divided slabs and the various types of cracking, the impact that has on the overall network is actually very limited. And so if we do want to move ahead with various concrete repairs, in most cases, it's going to require more substantial investment and more substantial repair to replace many of those damaged slabs. And so now that we have this data in-house, both for asphalt and concrete, we can start to make data-driven decisions as to what to fix, where to fix it, when to fix it, and how much is it going to cost. So that's really how we use this data is now that we have these numbers, this index value across the network, we can now start to pick and choose strategically what roads need to be fixed and on what kind of timeline. There's a number of analysis tools we can use, and I will say that this analysis is beyond the scope of our current investigation, but we would use these analysis tools to analyze various budget scenarios. So if the city has a dollar amount in mind that they typically spend for roadway repairs, we can plug that into the analysis to see how those budget levels affect the types and the amount of work that we can do. We can develop different project priorities and ultimately help to build out a capital improvement plan and program for the roadway network. And so with this data, we've got the ammunition that we need to begin making these informed decisions. And that's really going to set us up to come up with that plan and to come up with recommendations that will hopefully serve the city for the next 5 to 10 years. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to any questions or comments you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions from council? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Sir, did your report also take into account the alleyways in the city of Hollister?
Yes, sir, it does. It includes alleyways. I believe there's, if you were to look at just the overall inventory image, you would see that the alleyways are included there. But yes, those are included.
Thank you.
Those were the dark red.
They're actually shown in gray.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're in gray. That's why you can't see them.
So I have.
Go ahead, Mr. Perez.
So you're talking about this cost, you can input the numbers of what our budget is, and it'll give us the most bang for our buck, basically is what I heard.
Yes, sir. So that's how we would typically operate a pavement management program. What that allows us to do is it allows us to essentially catch those segments before they fall into a worse condition and require a more intensive treatment. So there's some logic built into the program. We're not just picking and choosing projects out of a hat necessarily. We're factoring in traffic conditions, we're factoring in priority, we're factoring in cost, but we're also factoring in how close is that roadway to falling into that next most serious condition category. So we're trying to kind of preserve or save that budget and keep things from sliding off the cliff into poor conditions. And so that's why we use some of these other analysis tools, because there's some additional logic built into that decision-making process.
So I understand what you're saying. My question, I guess, is going towards, so those streets that are already red, then that are already slid down that cliff that you're talking about, what's the problem? How do we fix those ones? I mean, if we're just going, does your program not just deal with just fixing the good ones, but also trying to budget in fixing some of the bad ones? So now that they're off the cliff, do we just like forget about them? Everyone else knows what I'm talking about. The alleys are a big thing for me. And it's like, if my thinking is, if you just take care of, we need to maintain our streets. I get it. But there's people that live on these alleys, I know, for decades and decades. And it's like, it's unfair for them to pay their taxes and be citizens of original Hollister and have to live in streets like that. And so it's like, it's always a thing here trying to figure out how do we take care of maintain our streets and maybe reach back and fix something over here, next year, maintain our streets, reach over here and pick out something. We got to do something, because we can't just forget about our I'm not going to forget about my constituents that are out there and have to drive down these alleys, 4-wheel drive every single day. It's like, that's not for our residents to live. So I guess my question is to you, is it just maintaining, or is it about fixing some of the old stuff?
Yes, sir. To answer your question, it's really a blend of things. If we recognize that there's always going to be, an alley in very poor condition that people are still using and needs to be repaired, it needs the full construction. However, if we spend, all of our budget on just fixing the very, very bad roads, we're not going to get as much length or as much mileage out of those treatments. We may only be able to fix, a mile of alleyway, and then our funds are exhausted, versus if this year we fix a half mile of alleyway, we're able to treat maybe 10 or 20 other streets with less intensive surface treatments or things. So it's really a mix of fixes and a balanced approach that we're looking for. If we just target the red or the really bad streets, we're quickly going to exhaust our funds. So it's a balance of, let's do some of the really bad stuff, but let's also continue to do some of the good stuff to keep those streets in good condition as well.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. I know that there has to be a balance in somehow, some way, and it's not going to be an even balance, but it's something that needs to be addressed. It's been passed up for decades, and I think you've answered that pretty fairly. Thank you.
I'll also add, council member, some of those alleys are not so much a pavement rehab as a complete reconstruction of an alley, including drainage and,
Well, my answer to that is, do you think it's going to be cheaper next year?
No, it's not. What I'm saying is, it's a bigger, kind of
a lot of money.
It's a bit separate of a project to be taken.
Yeah. So I mean, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying it's not going to get cheaper next year, or even next year after that.
Right.
So, and our residents will still be here.
Yes.
So.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Resendez, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few comments, I guess. Well, obviously, this is one of the biggest complaints that we get from our constituents, and it's been it should have been prioritized a while ago, in my opinion. So I'm glad to see that we have a plan and we've got some actual data to start attacking it. I don't want to micromanage where you start or where. I just think that the staff is perfectly capable of doing that and prioritizing which streets or which alleys, because I do agree that the alleys are a bit of a mess and they do need to be addressed as well. But I'm just glad to see that we've got a plan moving forward, and I would really like to see us aggressively starting to tackle this problem, is what I would say. So thank you for your report. Thank you for collecting the data, and I'm going to leave it in the staff's hands to bring it back to us as far as the plan, as what they're going to prioritize. But I would like to see this done ASAP. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, I do have a few questions for you. You said there's 128 center line miles. If you looked at that from lane miles, is that double, or how does that work? Your calculations, or is the center line straight through?
Yeah, so it's going to be between double and triple. I mean, you've got at least bi-directional travel on most lanes, but if you've got 2 or 3 or 4 lanes, in multiple directions, you'll have that many more lane miles. So I could run the numbers on the 128 center line miles, but my guess is, we're probably between 300 and 400 lane miles total.
The reason I'm asking that question is going to go to our street sweeper conversation future date. So I just wanted to make sure I was understanding those numbers correctly. I'm seeing a number of 74, which means we're making progress. The last time we did this, the number was 69, I believe.
Correct. I want to add also, we've got 2 major projects coming. This was approved by council coming up in the next month or 2. So that will improve this score.
So I can remember that first conversation when we took a while to convince the city here to do this study before this council in the past, and the shock everyone had when they realized that it takes about $4 million plus to really just kind of keep them at the level they were. So this is a big investment. We've talked about this at the city council. One of the ideas was to work through the grid system that we had, the grid layout, and maybe focus through the
center of town, San Benito, to the west, to the east, and put a budget number together and see how we can affect that as much as we can, streets, alleys, and so on. Obviously, we're going to have to look for systems that we can. The alleys can be, as you point out, very expensive, but we need to come up with a way to make that thing work, pulverizing it, and as was mentioned, drain systems. But if we could work with your firm or through ours, is the idea of, again, through the center of the town using the grid, and then figure out how many blocks west, how many blocks east, so we're taking care of some of the oldest parts of town, because really those are some of the worst streets that we have in the city. And then coming up with a budget number, I think that could help us so we can aggressively attack it, and then working through the firm here to get the designs ready and get moving on this. Because I think the great thing I'm hearing here with this council is we all are on board on doing something and doing a lot of it, rather than just waiting for some other year. So I'm looking forward to hearing some of that information, how we can do that at whatever that number is. If it's a $20 million project or 20, 30, we need to do it. We cannot put it off any longer. So thank you for your presentation, and I'm looking forward to viewing this online and understanding where those gray lines are. So thank you. Any other questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion? So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez, Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We're
You were
gonna.
muted, but somehow I heard it. Didn't you hear him say yes?
I heard something fall over, so I figured that was a yes. Well, that was Charlie over there. We're now going to move to item F3.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Eva Kelly with the Planning Department. I'm an associate planner. Item F3, you've seen it before. We've continued it a few times, and tonight I actually got a request from the applicant to continue again. He has some personal things going on. It's a little bit up in the air. I did talk to the applicant, and because we've continued it a few times, I'd like to request to withdraw the item, and I'll just work with the applicant, and when he's ready to come to the meeting, we'll reschedule with him.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm hesitant. I've got to be quite honest. This is one of the items that's kind of like my pet peeves, and it just rubs me the wrong way. And I'm hesitant to even withdraw it, mainly because this is something that's very typical of developers within our county. This project in particular was a special area that was talked about during the general plan, and I believe, if Abraham's in the audience, he can correct me if I'm wrong, but the general plan committee would like to see, I think, a higher density in this area. The developer did reach out to me, and I was very kind and respectful to him, and I told him, and I'm glad that he brought it to the council. I let him know that we're no longer having conversations with developers, and that I would look forward to having that conversation in a public forum. This is the second time, I believe, that it's been continued, and at this time, I would go with the staff's recommendation to deny the application. So that would be my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Did you have a question for Abraham?
I was wondering what the general plan committee actually would like to see in this area. I think there was some talk about maybe some housing, affordable housing for teachers, since it was next to the school. But if you can refresh my memory, Mr. Prado, I'd appreciate that.
Abraham's here, but I could also refresh your memory if that's okay.
Absolutely.
It's the General Plan Advisory Committee and Planning Commission and Council, as you guys are aware, and it's also in the staff report, have recommended a medium density designation on this parcel. I don't believe staff's recommendation will change, but it was the request of the applicant to withdraw their item. I would defer to Jason on whether we would need to go with the applicant's request for their item.
City Council can have the item withdrawn, or it can go forward hearing the item. It was properly agendized. Everyone had notice.
And I'd be happy to present the report as well.
I would like that, and I would like to make a motion, a decision on it tonight, to be honest.
To get the report, and then we can move from there. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay, certainly. So this item is a resolution for the initiation of pre-zone 2021-1, which would be to expand the sphere of influence to include 2 properties of about 18 acres, and it is located in the unincorporated county. It is west of Lad Lane, north of Union Road, and east of San Benito Street. And these properties are also identified as APNs 020280007, as well as 020280038. And it's important to note that it is one parcel now, but there haven't been new APNs reassigned. There was a lot line adjustment. These 2 parcels were divided by Union Road, but there was a lot line adjustment to make one parcel fully north of Union Road. That's the subject property. And then there's one parcel fully south of Union Road now. So the current general plan, the 2005 to 2023 general plan, has this property designated as low density residential. And the applicant is requesting to pre-zone the property to R1 LPZ, which is our low density residential performance overlay zone. So that would be consistent with our current general plan. And it is within our general plan planning area, but it's outside of our sphere of influence. And as you all are aware, and as we were just discussing, this is we're currently undergoing our 2040 general plan update. And we aren't doing a fully comprehensive land use update as part of the general plan update, but this area, as Councilmember Resendez pointed out, is a special study area. It's our Union Road special study planning area in the general plan update. And we are considering policy options for the general plan, including this special planning area. And at the April 6th GPAC meeting, the GPAC considered this special planning area. And then the GPAC's recommendation was a consideration for medium or high density in this particular property. And the Planning Commission considered a revised map based on the GPAC's consideration, and this map had it as medium density. And then at the June 22nd City Council meeting, as you'll recall, the City Council provided staff with direction to move forward with our update and have this as medium density residential in our 2040 general plan. And so taking into consideration the location of this property within that special planning area, and we're moving forward with our general plan update, designating it as medium and considering and studying it as medium, staff would recommend that we deny the initiation of pre-zone as R1 and wait until the update and have the applicant come back with a pre-zone for the property as it's designated in the ultimate approved general plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions with that?
Nope. Mayor Velasquez.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, sir. Just to confirm, what was our planning commission's direction or recommendation in this case?
The Planning Commission's recommendation was the map as shown as medium density. So the Union Road Special Planning Area has both medium and high and mixed use recommendations from GPAC. This particular property was recommended as medium to the council, and the council also recommended staff move forward with medium.
Okay, thank you.
If I can, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Mr. Resendez.
Thank you. Again, I just want to reiterate, this is a trend that I've seen since I've been on the council that developers typically do. And this is why we implemented the new rules about getting, speaking to developers or people in particular that have business with the city council and trying to lobby their votes. And I feel like it's a bit of an insult and a waste of the staff's time and our time to keep kicking the can down the road, so to speak. And I, at this time, would like to, when it's appropriate, motion that we deny the applicant's request.
Thank you, sir. I want to thank you for the update. I think it's important. One of the things we found going through the general plan was how we were so heavy single family
80-something%, and most communities are about 60%. And we saw the incredible need for more of the medium density, high density for our local residents, because our local residents are suffering and they're being pushed out of town. And this was a special study area, so we can start to accomplish that. It was near one of the schools, so one of the ideas is hopefully the housing for our teachers. So I think it is time. I think Mr. Resendez is correct. I don't think we should be just pushing things down the line, because it's taking a lot of your staff time to do this. And it's really takes a lot of our time as a council. So I appreciate your comments, Mr. Resendez. If you would like to make a motion.
Yes, sir. I'd like to motion that we deny resolution number
Wait,
20.
hang on a second, because I think now we don't have anybody.
We don't have anybody.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because we restarted the conversation. So I want to make sure we're covered here. Okay, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd move that we deny resolution number 2021-147.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now move to item F4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am Charlie Bedoya, your acting fire chief, and I have Battalion Chief Rod Dover with us, who's our expert logistical representative. But today, this is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing the Hollister Fire Department to purchase an aerial ladder fire truck apparatus with an elevating ladder. With 23 years in service and increased repair costs, the Hollister Fire Department removed from service the 1997 Ferrera Telesquirt elevated waterway fire apparatus and was disposed through the City of Hollister Management Services surplus equipment with resolution 174. The Hollister Fire Department is requesting permission to purchase an aerial ladder fire truck equipped with an elevating ladder. Key components of a fire truck include hydraulically operated aerial ladder, full complement of ground ladders in various types and lengths, and specialized equipment for forcible entry, ventilation, search and rescue tasks, along with vehicle extrication equipment.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any questions from council? I thought we ordered this truck a while back. There's no question we need it. I'm hoping you guys have it, back somewhere or something.
Mayor, I do have one question.
Go ahead, sir. He set me up.
So I got to gain my composure here. So Chief, currently we do not have a fire apparatus of this quality or nature, correct?
Correct.
So what do we do while we're waiting? My understanding is it's going to take a while to get one. So what is the agreement or the arrangement?
Well, we have mutual and auto aid agreements with our neighboring agencies right now. So right now, when we do get an incident, we usually call them off right away. We'll request them right away from Watsonville, Salinas, North County, because it's going to take them a half hour, 45 minutes to get here. So we just have an aggressive fire attack and keep it in check and keep it from spreading until we can get that aerial ladder there.
Thank you, Chief.
And we owe them big time. So thank them again for all their help.
Yeah, definitely.
Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
No speakers, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion
I'd
and a
like to
second.
try this. How do I say this?
Try what, sir?
To adopt this resolution?
Well, he made the motion, so you're just saying.
Uh-oh.
Second. You can try the next one. How's that?
Okay.
Okay.
It's too late.
Too late.
Yes.
Councilmember
Uh,
Perez,
Aye.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I appreciate it.
Very much needed.
You know what needs to get done. He'll do a very good job too. You'll be really happy with the work that he does. He's excellent at that.
Thank you, guys.
Perfect. Thank you.
We're gonna move now to item F5.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you again for having me up here. I really do appreciate this time. I am Charlie Bedolla, your acting fire chief. This resolution is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving the itemized report of the cost of abatement of the weeds and debris on designated properties in the City of Hollister and approval to file the report with the Office of the County Auditor and the County of San Benito. Yeah. This item is to submit the itemized report to the cost of the abatement of weeds and debris in front of or each separated parcel land where the work was completed with the City of Hollister and request approval to submit liens and reports to the Office of the County Auditor with San Benito County.
Thank you, sir. I think Mr. Burns probably has some comments on this, and I thought he had a really important idea in the past of, like, we can't be their landscaping company any longer, and how do we work towards that in the future? I think these are the lots already identified, so we are going to discuss that tonight, but I think you made the request to bring that back to have that conversation, I believe. Okay. Hopefully soon we'll have that conversation.
Yeah, and just so you know, our costs have come way, way down. And a lot of times they'll have our contractor just do their weeds for them and they pay them directly. So there was some fine tuning work that we needed to go out there and do, which we did. I mean, in total, what we're going to take for the liens is only $2,500.
I think the conversation, the issue is the time it's taken us every year to take care of other people's properties.
Yeah.
And it's time they step up and take care of their own property. If it gets to the point where we have to tell them to cut their weeds, it's too late. And it should be $5,000 a property if we're going to go in there and go touch it. So that's, I think, Mr.
And we have it in the
Good
process
comment.
to add on our administrative fee also
Yeah.
to collect on that too. So
Thank you.
we
Mr.
can
Burns.
recover costs. We just can't make money off of them.
Thank you, Mayor. More maybe for our city attorney, if we're hiring a independent contractor to do the work, I would presume that's a prevailing wage job, is it not?
If it's under 5,000, it's not.
Yeah, given the amount of the contract involved, it most likely is not a prevailing wage job.
Okay.
And based on what Chief had to say,
Okay.
No, it would not be.
The other thing that concerns me, as a city manager can attest to, I seem to be focusing on weeds and maintenance lately. And with some of the weed abatement, they're doing a marginal job in my opinion, because I'm not seeing a lot of the handwork done. I mean, yeah, you can till it, but they need to get out there and, in my opinion, clean up where right now there's a nice little border perimeter that surrounds the properties that they can't do with a heavy duty equipment, and they're just not doing it. So I'd like to see more of that done regardless of who's
Yeah, absolutely. And if you notice, 4th Street was taken care of. He did take care of that within the last week. That's why we're taking it back, because there was sidewalks that weren't taken care of. He went back, hit the Leatherback property, and we hit a lot of other city property, the borders that were on there. 4th Street was the worst one. It was messy all over, and they went back and hit that last week. Yes, sir.
And I do want to agree with, again, Mr. Burns is dead on this, making sure those numbers include the sidewalks in that whole area, because he's right. There's a perimeter. Everything else is taken down as that perimeter of 2 foot around. So, I know that's more-
absolutely. And we even have it highlighted in here for
Oh, good.
property lines and
Okay,
everything. So we're just not even we're just going to have them hit it initially. We gave them a chance to do it. Next year, we'll just send them right out there right away to go do that if they haven't done it.
Thank you, sir.
I'm also hopeful that we'll have a master fee schedule for the fire
Yeah,
department too, so that we can actually be billing out on a defensible, but I won't say aggressive, but a budget neutral position to make people pay for time that seems.
We do.
above-
We have an adopted fee schedule and everything already in place, so we can go after that for also.
Correct, but we're going to be looking at their fees along with code enforcement, and then also we can discuss other fees too during the ad hoc committees, for our ad hoc committee.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, that way you think that they would probably get the hint that it's probably cheaper for them just to hire someone to do it
Well, eventually.
eventually.
Have any questions? Any questions, Mr. Resendez?
No, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Perez, did you want to make this motion and read it? F5. Thank you, sir. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Roll call.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll move to item F6. Who's presenting on this?
It's really, I don't know if I should be, I've received an application for Concerned Citizens Group through Councilmember Perez to fly the thin blue line flag the month of October 2021.
Okay. Any questions from council? Go ahead, sir.
So, city clerk, was there any clarity as to why the month of October or the group specifically asking that this be done?
They just brought me the application and I have to say it's a little different because this all started after the LGBTQ pride flag. And I feel a little bad because I was presented with background information about Stonewall riots and I was given all this information for that resolution. But for these applications, there's not much to really give me that background and I'm not being provided that background much. So I feel like my resolutions are a little scarce on that kind of information. So I can only give you what's provided to me on the application.
Okay.
So they did not state any particular reason
Okay.
why they chose that month.
Okay. Councilmember Perez is, as I understand it, you're actually sponsoring this. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know why why they're requesting for October. I don't know if there's a special meaning to that. Do you know anything like about that?
Usually the Law Enforcement Memorial Week is in May. And next year is going to be in the May 15th is the actual day. And that week preceding that is usually the week that is set aside in memory of all the officers that have passed away and
In
ultimate
May?
sacrifice. It's usually May. And it's usually a week. But as far as flying it, I mean, there's plenty of officers that passed away. This flag is commemorative and a recognition of in those situations of officers that paid the ultimate price. But as far as October is concerned, I don't know anything specifically for that. Usually in May.
Thanks. I feel like I'm in an awkward and difficult situation here being a retired police officer myself. And I'm 100% supportive, but I also recognize that October is also Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And for me, my understanding is that the police officers Memorial Day is around May 15th typically, and then the National Police Week is also in that range of time. And then January 9th is National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. And I believe tomorrow, isn't it night out against crime, Chief?
National Night Out.
National Night Out.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And so for me, I support it. I don't support it for October without having clear requests for why during that time period. And frankly, I would hope that maybe as council as at large would move forward to get the 100 signatures required to actually fly the breast cancer awareness flag during the month of October, given that there's a long-standing history for that. And then maybe fly the flag during the Memorial Day or the other times that I've just brought up. I think it'd be more time appropriate and reasonable. And so, and I did talk with the city clerk, and I also think maybe there's an opportunity here to do a text amendment to the existing ordinance that we recently passed, simply because there's right now, as I understand, there's no provision to fly more than one flag on the community pole. And so I don't know why we couldn't fly multiple flags. The pole is certainly long enough to fly probably 3, maybe even 4 flags, depending. So we don't really get caught up in trying to decide these things. But this is a good opportunity, I think, to push that forward. And the final thing that we discovered in reviewing the ordinance is there's really no age limitation. And I don't know that there needs to be, but I've somewhat facetiously said to the city clerk, well, I could go to my local elementary school, and if I can get 100 fifth graders or first graders that can sign their name, then they would qualify. And I'm not saying that that's inappropriate, but we might want to look at that part of the ordinance too. And I recognize that our ordinances are living documents, and so there will be a need to revisit that and maybe revise those. And I think this could be that catalyst to do that, as well as we know more, we'll grow more, and we can make those changes, and they won't be difficult. But based on what I'm hearing, I can't support this at this time. Thank you.
Can I? Go ahead.
May I ask that maybe if I could go back to the applicants and see if they would be willing to move it to perhaps May or January, I think you guys.
So,
Charlie had
Charlie's got something
right here.
Just real quick, that's the National Firefighters Memorial Weekend. And then we have a National Firefighters Week that same week in October, the following week also. I just wanted to point that out, let you guys know for October.
My comment, I was going to make it.
That's the red line, right? Yeah.
I've heard interesting things here, conversation, and the understanding that you're pointing out, May 15th, or Chief pointed out, is the week of it, which has the impact and makes sense. I think we need to make some adjustments so that when we do have the applications, we do have a history, a background of why that week or that month is important. I think your point of October, Breast Cancer Awareness Month, is absolutely something we need to look at. But I think maybe I think you point out, if you can go back to the applicant and ask them if they understand that May 15th is that week for the officers, and if they're willing to amend the date.
Okay.
And I think that would have a much more impact.
I totally agree with everything that's being said here. But you know what my one thing is? We passed a city ordinance for our flag. They followed the rules. And whether it's October, November, December, whatever month they picked, that's the month they picked. There's no, the rules from what we wrote, they followed them. And there's no reason for them to be denied.
Yeah, and I think we are all agreeing we're supporting.
No, and you know what, the breast cancer awareness, you know what, I went to, I can't, my mind's lost now, to the
Relay for Life.
Yeah, Relay for Life on Friday. And, you know, it was awesome. You know, I was my mother's caregiver for her last 14 months. You know, brought back some good emotions and had a good time. So I love not just breast cancer, but any cancer, and I can support that, and I'd be the first to sign that. But that has nothing to do with what's before us right now, because what's before us is an application to get approved. And they followed the rules. They requested October. In the rules, it doesn't say you got to have a good month that represents you. I don't know why they picked October, and I don't even care. And if it goes up May 16th or whatever, my thing is, we wrote some rules down here, and now that people are following the rules, now we're going to say, you know what? We don't want you to do it in October. They didn't ask us if we wanted to do it in October. They said that they wanted to do it. And the thing you talk about history, it's like, you know what? So what is this? This was the can of worms that we were talking about before. It's like we keep changing them to what we want them to be. This is
their flag. I don't know why, but you know what? That's what they requested.
Mr. Mayor, if I can.
I will vote yes on it, and I understand that there's going to be a lot of tweaking to do on this flag ordinance. And I'll be the first to sign it for breast cancer awareness. And you know, do we need two more clips to put flags, or do we split up the month? So it's something we're gonna have to revisit again. But as far as right now, what I see, we made the rules, we should follow them, and then go from there, because that's what the right thing to do is.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Resendez, you got a comment?
Yeah, thank you. So a couple of thoughts. I think I don't think it's an unreasonable request to ask the applicant if they would like to move it to May. I think that's a great idea, and I too support that. In fact, if we could make that policy decision now, I don't want to double their work and have them have to go back and get signatures. But I think that we have a responsibility as elected officials too, that when we do something like that, that it aligns like with the significance of the month or the rationale that the citizens are asking it for. So a little more clarity is okay. And I think that the policy is a fairly new policy. So there are some kinks, unfortunately, that we need to work out. And I think that some good ideas were given as far as like a description of the significance so that we have a little more clarity and background. I disagree. I don't know if I completely disagree with you, Councilmember Burns, or if I misunderstood you, but I personally was happy to see that there's no age limit, because I think that there's like a lot of high schoolers that might want to see certain flags up, and you know, previous students of mine are very happy to support. So I love the fact that you don't have to be registered to vote. You just have to live in the city limits, and there's no age limit. I really do appreciate that fact. So I'd like to see more involvement of the youth and not limit anybody within our city. So yeah, those are my thoughts. I too want to see this flag, but I think we have an obligation as elected officials to make sure that there's some significance. So if we can be provided that significance, we can continue this item, or we can just move it with the applicant's blessing, so to speak, to May. And I completely support that as well.
So I think that we should try getting them back. So table this till next week.
The next meeting?
The next meeting, which is next week, right?
The 16th?
Oh, 16. My dates are all mixed up. Right.
Yeah, no, for the 16th.
So
Okay, we'll do that.
that's what we should do. So how do we do this one?
We can do that in a second. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Just make a motion to bring it back to a date certain of August 16th.
Okay, I make a motion to bring back resolution 2021-150 back on
August 16th?
August 16th.
Perfect. Thank you. There's a motion to bring it back to a date certain of August 16th. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to item F7.
Thank you, Mayor. So this resolution is requesting that council give me the approval to do temporary closures of the streets downtown, particularly from 3rd to Hawkins as necessary. As we progress with the downtown, we've done the parklets programs, and now it's time to start the next phase of downtown, which will be bring entertainment downtown. We're starting to look at right now August 7th to have some music downtown, some miniature golf, more kid-friendly activities. And this just gives me, as we find out different activities to do downtown, that we can close it, advertise it, and not be hindered by having to wait to go to council. We can move quicker as we hear different activities that need to be done. And I think we're at that time that we need to start looking for more activities downtown and more outdoor activities.
Excellent. Any questions from council?
And I'll add, I've had a meeting with we invited all the downtown businesses to speak about it. We did have a positive support. I want to thank Council Member Perez for joining us as it's in his district. And we got a very positive feedback from those downtown businesses. I give them a chance to provide input as when we do it. And probably what we would mostly do is do the closures about 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon until the next day, so that the hair salons, the retails that or restaurants that do have a lunch business would be able to have their business at that time, and then they're not affected by the closure.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councilman Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, I support your request 100%. I did want to bring up, though, I would really like to see us, now that we no longer have the 400 block available for a park setting, maybe make a run at the vacant lot that's been vacant for decades as a result of an earthquake. And I believe that's 7 to San Benito.
Yeah. Okay.
I would love to just try and find a way. I mean, that is an ideal location with the vets building right there.
Correct.
And it's, I won't go as far as to say it's an eyesore, but it's unattractive.
Correct.
And it would be a great place to do some of that stuff. I don't know if it'd be big enough, but certainly to have that as a resource would be something I would really like to see us at least make another run at.
Okay.
Thank you.
We will definitely explore that opportunity.
I'm excited about this. I think we've talked about this for quite a while. Having that entertainment or activities where families can come out, spend their time, end up having lunch or having dinner in downtown is what we were striving for. And we're seeing downtown turn around so quickly right now.
Correct.
We saw the expansions and a new opening of a new restaurant. So this is exciting news, and I'm hoping we can keep expanding for more days on the weekend or more time. And as you point out, there's cities looking at us and asking how we pulled this off, and
correct,
it was working together. And the community loves it. And matter of fact, I was somewhere recently, and they were going on about Hollister and the downtown parkers and how nice they were, and they wanted to come out with their family to come show them and so on. So pretty cool stuff. I'm excited. So
good.
Congratulations. Thank you for doing it. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion?
So move.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item F8.
Along with entertainment or a possible ride or alternate to driving downtown. Council, if remember, we had a presentation back, I believe it was May 17th, from Representative Robert Singleton from Bird Rides Inc. And we had worked out some of the liability issues, and we're here to present that contract to do a pilot program with Bird, and we're asking for your approval.
Okay. Any questions from council? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have a forecast revenue? I understand there's would be a revenue sharing agreement, and if we do we have a sense for what that might look like and what that money would be appropriated for?
Not at this time, because that's what we're doing the pilot program to kind of see where we're at, how it takes off.
And in reviewing that, I didn't see, but maybe perhaps I missed it. It looks like it's a 12-month pilot program.
Correct.
Do we have a right to cancel prior to that 12-month period, or are we locked into 12 months?
Do you remember on that part?
I'm trying to remember on that.
It's under 2 scope, and it says either party may terminate this agreement with or without cause upon 60 days written notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't see that. Thanks.
That's right.
Yeah.
Those are my questions or comments. Thank you.
Quick question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Just when can we expect to see this begin?
Be pretty much right away once the approval.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I will say when they brought a demo scooter down, and we had a few different members of the downtown agency, HDA, riding it around, and had another member of the public going, when is this starting? Because they were riding their little manually pushed scooter, and they're just going, "Oh, these are the greatest things around campus." And so there was some excitement.
So are you telling me Corey and Casey were racing?
Well, no, we only had one, but I'm sure there was some time.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Burns. You have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor. Chief, can you weigh in on this, please? What's your perspective on this from a law enforcement view?
Which part? The scooters or? The racing, yeah. I mean, I've seen them in different places that they've been very successful, and other places where they're become just abandoned everywhere, and there's not a lot of follow up with the company to make sure that they pick up the scooters when they're left, when they're places where they're not desired. So I think it depends on the company that you deal with. And I think as long as it's a reputable company, they're going to stand by and they're committed to have their service people around, that the benefits of having it is present to our community and not the negatives. I think it should work. I do have a concern with them riding it on the roadway, without a helmet and getting into contact with vehicles. That's always a problem. But I mean, there's nothing stopping people from getting their own scooters at this point and riding them as well. But I think a big part of it is the company that is standing by them and committing to the city to be a partner and make sure that there's someone we can contact when there is issues and they address it. And that way we can continue, the program can be successful.
Thank you, Chief. I must say I was not inclined to vote in favor of this, but based on the fact that we can terminate it within Vice Mayor Resendez, did you say within 60 days?
16 days written notice. Yes, sir.
I think with that provision and the city manager, I'd like to track the city's revenues on this, as well as the challenges that are presented by this program to our police department and the risk. I think that'd be very helpful as well. And I can support it based on those changes or recommendations. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez.
So we were, I think we were talking about they were going to have different stations. Was that right? Or they were just going to drop them off in certain areas? Do we remember what areas they were? Is it mostly downtown?
Yeah, I mean, I believe they're waiting for the approval of the contract, but then they'll have different locations throughout the city. And what they'll have is they said they usually like to deal with like rental companies, let's say like a van rental place that is more used to doing rentals and that can do the service on them and ability to go pick them up when they're not in a location that they're not supposed to be. Because that is my concern is as part of our risk pool, that was a concern. A lot of them were, like say in the Bay Area, they just get thrown into the bay or thrown into ponds or things like that. And that's what they're trying to reassure us is that they use local vendors that will go out and pick those things up and maintain them if they need to be.
Okay, that's it.
Is that what you meant? What was your question?
Yeah, well, it's, someone that's going to keep an eye on them to make sure they don't end up in the water, which we don't have anyways, but.
Right.
Or
But they could end up in the river. They could end up in the riverbed or something like that, thrown off the 4th Street Bridge or something like that. Not to give anybody any ideas.
Alrighty, that's it. Sounds great to me.
Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We'll move now to G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Burns,
I have nothing to report, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez,
Nothing to report.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Nothing to report, sir.
and I have nothing to report either. We'll now go to item G2, informational reports. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a laundry list of things, and I'll be brief on them, I promise. So I too would like to close the meeting in memory of our former city manager a few back, Mr. Quilter. He will be missed. I'd also like to suggest that council consider some sort of a memorial plaque to be placed somewhere in City Hall where he spent a significant amount of his time, or out at the Public Works Yard where he began his career, as I understand it. I would also like to maybe ask the city manager to reach out to our code enforcement and or maybe the county code enforcement. I'm seeing that the vending continues to be an issue. I see it frequently at Memorial and Hillcrest, and it's right there on the corner by the baseball park. So I'm not sure if that's ours or the county's, but I've seen it also on Union. And I recognize people make an income doing this, but they're often very vulnerable. You look at the fact that they have no hand washing facilities, they have no bathroom facilities, they often deal in cash. They're trying to make a living. I appreciate that. But I think there's a health risk to them as well as to some of the products they're selling. And if I was a brick and mortar business, I wouldn't be happy about trying to compete with them. And so I would like for us to maybe have that conversation to address that. And I know it happens definitely on the weekends. And I know that oftentimes they're smart enough to know that we're not necessarily staffed for that. And so whether we can get it now or when we get our new community service officers that would be performing code roles as well, that may help to address that. Also would like to begin the conversation well in advance about fireworks. I can't speak for any of you, but I can say in my case, it was better than when the city does the fireworks show. I mean, I could get a 180-degree scenery and I could just look and people spend a lot of money and there's a lot of danger there. I don't know what that looks like, but I would like to maybe have a study session in the future to address fireworks long before we get to July. I think that could be helpful. Also want to thank the city manager. He was kind enough to meet me on a Saturday where we walked the Sunny Slope area and I pointed out some concerns, and I thank you and I thank the staff for taking care of the maintenance. I would also like to do something more proactively in the future. And I know we talked about this, but I mean, I'm disappointed when I even drive down Highway 25, and I understand that's a Caltrans issue, but I also know that there's a way for us to take responsibility for that. And I know there's a cost to that, but again, it's a gateway to our community. It looks crappy to say the least. And I would like to get to some proactive routine maintenance so that it's not always a council member complaint or a knee-jerk reaction. I would ask that maybe we look at some possible shade structures for the dog park. I understand it's getting great reviews, but I also understand in the summertime there's a limited shade out there, and it's been brought up to my attention, and so I bring that forward. I do want to congratulate the police department on their bike rodeo. I think that was amazing, and Chief, thank you for doing that. You know, if we can do more of that, more is better in my mind, and your staff is amazing. And we've seen it even today with the conversation about the drone. I'd also like to suggest in the future that all of our departments do an annual report, as the police department did recently. And I think that there's still enough time given the fact that we're not into the end of the year, but I think that could be very helpful. I think the police department's report was well done. It was well thought out, and I think all departments could do something like that. I was curious if we got a response yet from the Attorney General on his opinion in regards to raising the Christian flag. And finally, Chief, I'd ask that as your patrol officers have time, if they would be kind enough to maybe put some increased patrol in the Cerro Vista area. I'm getting inquiries from people that live there about enhanced patrol and enhanced enforcement. And I know as the school's getting closer to reopening, but I've been told it's pretty much during the daylight hours that people tend to zip up and down there. And that will conclude my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Perez.
I'm glad we had the short list tonight. So there's a couple of things I wanted to piggyback on. First, you know, it's the vendors on right there at the corner of San Benito and right there at B of A. Yeah.
Actually,
you know, just to make sure that they're following the rules and
Yeah.
doing what they're supposed to do. Also, you know, I don't know, I've been in the lake lately, so I don't know what's been going on. So I don't know if, Jason, were you able to send us a copy of that letter that was forwarded that you wrote to the AG? Remember I asked about.
Yes, you did ask about that. I'll address that with the council at the next council meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And then I had a question. I was going down Central and I've seen the roundabouts. Are those four-way stop signs going to come off the roundabouts? So they're four-way stop sign
On
roundabouts?
Cienega or on Central?
A lot of those are traffic, what they're called traffic circles, not really roundabouts.
Okay. Well,
So the purpose is
those things on Central, are they going to keep the stop signs on them?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So they're, what do you call them?
They're called traffic circles.
Traffic circles. Okay. So then the difference between that and roundabout is size?
No, roundabout, you keep flowing. A traffic circle is kind of like the intersection. You stop, you can still stop. It's just to slow that traffic down and make sure it's stopping. That's what their purpose is.
Okay. The trees. It's come to my attention that there's a lot of the tree trimming companies are really out there. There's a lot of branches breaking. I always thought, it's funny, I always thought that they broke during the winter storms. And it's like, they are breaking just as much during the summer months of droughts and causing a lot of damage. So I know that there's a lot of times in my neighborhood on 7th Street and South Street and Monterey Street, there's been a lot of incidences where the branches have been breaking, and when they break, they crack the tree. When they crack the tree, they have to be removed. And then the tree is removed, and sometimes we get the trees replaced and sometimes we don't. And I know that I have found out during this process that part of the reason is depending on where the utilities lines are and the tree is planted. I also found out talking to some of the staff that, you know, they keep records of which trees have been removed from which houses and everything. My question is, I'd like to have a report to know that the trees that could have been replaced should be replaced. Bless you. And because it seems like there's a lot of bare spots in I don't know about the other sides of town. I don't go out there a lot, but in my sides of town, in District 1, there seems to be, like from my house to West Street, there's no trees. And you know what? I was able to educate my neighbors. The reason there's no tree, they don't get no trees replaced, is because they're right there on the lines. So, but I don't think that's typical of every place. I would imagine there's some places where we could put trees back that they could go back. So I'd like to make sure that we replace some of those trees that were out there and they need to be replaced. The other thing is about that is, if these trees are cracking, these big branches, what's going on with the maintenance on them? I mean, because they didn't just get that big over 1 year. And so are we not maintaining them correctly? Are we not trimming them correctly? To me, it brings up a lot of questions. And yeah, it's good that sometimes, you know what, they just have to be replaced. I get it. But I'd like to get some more information about what's going on with our trees and our replacement program or policy by the next meeting.
Remember, we asked for 2 meetings if we could. For
2 meetings?
To bring things back. If that's okay.
2 meetings, I can go for 2 meetings. Also, can we get some of these in Spanish? I'd like to pass them out.
So what he has there, I put on on the dais for all of you. And one of them, the other one's a reference guide. And it's great information. We used to hand them out when we had job fairs. I usually take them to the fair. And it's just a list of phone numbers for if you want to talk to someone at the airport, abandoned vehicles, who to call for business licenses. I'm not sure if that's a good number. I think it is.
Oh, look at trees. No, I'm just kidding.
Where to go for dog licenses. If you have a question on sewer or street sweeping, if you have a PG&E pole light go out, a number to call for them. And Councilmember Perez was asking if we had any kind of information similar to this. And I don't have the resources to have it translated into Spanish for him. And then there's also another one on the City Council, the City of Hollister welcomes you. And it's just a little bit about, how agenda works, the structure of the city government. It has a list of your names on the back. Commissions, committees, a little bit about that, a little bit about facts about Hollister. Even though this population was done back in 2013, I haven't got the 2020 census back yet to update that. And I don't have, again, the resources to translate this one into Spanish either. So
I'd like to get those translated into Spanish. Also, Dunn Park, I've heard a lot of great things about the pickle courts, except that they're not finished being painted. And I got some emails on that. So
Okay, I'll check in that because my understanding they were done painting.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, I'll find out. So.
Oh yeah, I was gonna look on the way over here, but didn't feel like walking. Also, we're supposed to get a half basketball court over there from the pickle court. I'd like to know when we're gonna start moving forward with that. And Tim again beat me to the closing in honor of. But I also want to thank Community Garden. It's like, I see those guys out there watering the plants and taking care of our downtown, our site, just all over the place. I know, they do a great job out there, and especially, I don't know, their staff is really awesome. Great staff, and so I wanted to thank them for that. And also, didn't we impose or put something in place about how long our presentations were?
I believe we did. I thought originally I suggested 10 minutes and it was agreed that it'd be 5 minutes, but
If whoever's talking can put their mic on, please.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, that was Tim Burns. My understanding was originally I recommended 10 minutes and then I believe it was cut in half to 5 minutes, but that's only my recollection.
Yeah, and we try to tell the presenters it needs to be like between 3 to 5.
You work on it.
So something we could work on.
Yeah.
I'd want to give them enough time and everything, but I mean, some of our meetings we run pretty late. I mean, when I heard 1 o'clock being said, it was like, oh no, but so we're doing good on time. It's good to see everybody back. Congratulations, Abraham.
Yeah, I mean, a meeting after us being dark is usually always long, but we're doing pretty good.
Congratulations, Grandma. I know. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Resendez.
Thank you. I've got nothing to report at this time.
Thank you. Wanted to thank Tina and the staff again. And Marquez Plumbing, they put the doggy fountain in today, which is a big deal. And Tina, I know, has been working on it so hard to make that thing happen. And thank you, Marquez Plumbing, for doing it. Highway 25, by the way, on Pinnacles National Park Highway section, they have recently told us that we could work something out with them to maintain it. They will release it to us. It will be on our dime, but they're willing to work with us now. So we finally got a sidewalk put in there last year, and now it's the next part. So we're making progress, and it's going to be a good conversation to have. From Santa Ana all the way to Sunny Slope. Further if we want, but it gets more complicated. The speed humps, are they coming soon?
Sorry, Mark just left. Yeah, they've been ordered and they're on their way. So yeah.
I think they were ordered.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to remember. Yeah,
The reason
Abraham's
I bring it
been
up
gone.
is because, as Mr. Burns pointed out, Sarah Vista area, when school starts,
Correct,
people
that's-
start flying down that road, and it's really dangerous. All the kids are. Again, a lot of us have these roads, but that is one that's really
Right.
notorious. So, looking
Correct.
forward to getting those things installed.
Yeah, the problem with anything that's related to construction, I know is taking forever to get here. I mean, the fountain, we're still waiting. We got one fountain in, we're supposed to get two. So that's, it's frustrating, but we'll get there.
And with that, I wanted to let everyone know I came back from my vacation. I traveled across the country. As always, incredibly beautiful things in our country. It's an honor to travel it. But I can tell you, every single state, I know you hear this a lot. Every single state, every single town, every single county has the exact same problem: road issues. I know people claim certain states have no road issues. That's not true. They all have them, because my wheels almost fell off on all of them. But they're all working hard, and that was something impressive this year. Everybody, I could see that change across the country. I've never seen that before, that roads are being fixed across the country. The point, this country is beautiful. If you're not happy here, there's plenty of beautiful places to go to across this country. Don't live a miserable life. Go someplace that makes you happy. And I can tell you, I'm very happy here in our town. And I was very, very, very impressed with the things we've done and how we're moving up on that level. And I've seen small towns, no bigger than ours. You'd be highly impressed with how they function as a community. So we can do it here. And it doesn't mean we just need nonstop growth. It just means we need to support our own community. So it was interesting to see, and I'm looking forward for our grand finale next year. So Alaska. With all our road trips are driving, except for the one we took to Hawaii. That was hard to take the car across. Yeah. City manager.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
City attorney.
Thank you. No report.
Chief.
I just wanted to mention, Councilmember Burns mentioned the bike rodeo. I wanted to thank Senior Officer Teresa Aguilera for doing all the work, all the planning. It was very successful. We ended up with 33 kids there and their families. And yes, a commitment to do actually not just another one next year, but we want to do multiple of these. And hopefully we can get at least a couple a year. And maybe even during the winter months or during the rainy season, we can do it inside the Vets building. Because some of the obstacle courses that we use for the kids, they could probably be done inside. So there's ideas, and very successful, very well received. The parents were really great about it. And I know I talked to Tina. She says that if we do another one, she'd be willing to help us out. It'd be really great to spread the work, because it is kind of hard. It was the first time Teresa had done something like that, but first time on the news too. She did fantastic. Other than that, you mentioned National Night Out, and National Night Out is going to be tomorrow night here in Hollister. National Night Out enhances the relationship between neighbors and law enforcement. We're going to have a big block party downtown, so encourage everyone to be here tomorrow. We're going to have raffles, music, games. The San Benito County Sheriff's Office is going to be out there, CHP, probation, and a whole bunch of other city personnel. So tomorrow night between 5:30 and 7:30 in front of the Veterans Memorial Park. So I encourage everyone to, hope all of you can make it. If you're not busy, go out there and say hello. That's all I have.
Thank you. City clerk.
I have nothing to report.
All right. We took care of G3 already. So G4, city council assignments for the 3CE. Is that correct?
I believe that was the assignment that Councilmember Perez was volunteering for.
The primary? He's volunteering for the primary and the alternate?
Yes, that's what I recall.
That was my recollection as well.
Okay, I'm good with that. So he would be the primary. I guess I will, I know you're usually out of town. I'm willing to be the alternate on that one.
I didn't even bring a copy of my notes to this for this. So I apologize. There were several committees that aren't working out for council members. So I wanted to be able to give the opportunity for those that maybe are unable to make commitments to maybe either change or ask someone else. And I know it's difficult to meet some of these at the times that they're being held. I don't know if there's a provision still to do it virtually, if that helps. I don't want to force someone to do something they're unable to commit to and they do a terrible job.
So Roland, do you recall that we were talking about maybe switching integrated waste management for 3CE? Are you still interested?
Yeah, as long as it's after work hours. The reason I couldn't make 3CE is because it was during work hours. But I'm definitely willing to take some off of your load as long as it's after work hours.
Yeah. So they had a mix of hours from what I can recall. Some was during the day. There was usually late afternoon, and evening because it was conflicting with one of my classes. So.
Yeah, maybe Christine, you can bring that information back to the next council meeting. Is that okay?
Yeah, let's do that.
Thank you.
And I'll check out the times of.
And I apologize. I should have been better prepared.
There is a roster as part of the agenda items.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
I'll bring it back to the 19th. And then if there's any you guys want to maybe tell me in the next week or so, shoot me an email and then I can have those flagged for us to look at. And I already know yours, Roland, and yours too, Rick, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah. So.
We'll bring it back. Thank you. There was no public comment there.
Everyone's asleep.
Yeah.
No public comment.
Left us a long time ago.
Snoring.
We're on our own. We're gonna move to G5.
G5 is me, and that is to select your voting delegate and alternate for the 2021 annual conference. And if I may, there's one person attending, so maybe he could be the voting delegate.
So I just want to let you know, I felt like we're all standing in line, and they said, whoever wants to volunteer, step forward, and you three step backwards.
We did. It worked.
And it worked. So I'm taking it for the team this time. You too, Roland. I'm taking it for you guys, but
You're gonna have a great time. Those are so fun. You're gonna have a great time. Thank you for doing that.
I got you really close to the event too, so like 3 minutes. You
hopefully
can get
twice.
there.
All right. I'll try to represent you well.
Okay, so you will take care of it. Thank you. Yeah, and it is in person now, or
Yes, it's in Sacramento this year.
it will be in Sacramento?
Yeah.
You'll enjoy it. You really will. It's, they're all very interesting.
So I haven't been to New York yet. So if it's up there next year, just let me know.
Okay, we got that taken care of. There's a consensus on that. HI, J, and K, there's no business. Tonight, actually, we're going to adjourn in memory of two different individuals. First one is former council member Henry Solario. He passed on July 21st, 2021. He was a City of Hollister Planning Commissioner from 1967 to 1975 and a City of Hollister Council member from 1975 to 1980. The second one is our former city manager, Clint Quilter. He passed away on July 20th, 2021. Clint started with the City of Hollister in October 1989 and left the city in July of 2013. He started in engineering, became the first engineer, and promoted on to city manager for our city. So tonight we're going to adjourn in their memory. And is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Roll call.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez.
Here.
Motion carries 4-0.
Did he just say here?
I did just say here. I didn't get enough of the candy tonight. I needed it.
He's tired. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
I changed my here to yes. I meant here. That's what I meant.